need some more seats.
And I think I put yours in my bag so I wouldn't lose it with the mouse. Yes.
Everybody ready? Oh, yeah. Well, hello, everybody. Call to order the Rolesville Town Board regular meeting, February 7th, 2023. Just want to welcome everybody. Got a full house. So, let's see if I can cut this down here. So, appreciate everybody coming out. Got a full house tonight. Thank you for that. We've got some business that we have to take care of. We do have April Sneed. She's participating remotely tonight, so she is part of the board. We'll be asking questions and part of the board like everybody. There's April. Hey, April. So just want to recognize her. So with that, I will ask everybody to rise. We'll say Pledge of Allegiance. And Brian Kodal, if you would come up and lead us in the invocation.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Come up, Brian. Brian is pastor at Exchange Church, so lead us in prayer, please.
Yes, sir. Father, we thank you for the privilege of life. We thank you that that even in this life, in the hardships that we face, the struggles that we face, the burdens that maybe many walked into this room with tonight, we thank you that you know those and that you care about those. You care so much that you would send your Son to become flesh so that he can understand everything that our hearts long for and are heavy over. And so we thank you for the gift of Jesus. We thank you because of Jesus and his sacrifice for us that we can come to you with anything on our hearts, anything on our minds, and we can come to your throne boldly, you say. And so, Lord, I pray that you would grant us wisdom tonight, discernment. I pray with the wisdom and discernment you would grant love for one another. You would help us speak to one another kindly, to sympathize as you have sympathized with us. Jesus, we know that it's only possible that we can even breathe one more breath because of your goodness to us. And so we say thank you.
Thank you. Amen.
In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. Thank you. Thank you, Brian. Appreciate that. Okay. One of the things as mayor I get the pleasure of doing is signing and issuing proclamations and declarations. And these got a couple proclamations I want to do tonight. One of them One of them is a young lady that turned 100 years old. And some of you may know Ms. Young. I know Ms. Walker was here. Yeah, I'm pretty sure she knows her real well. So I do want to read the proclamation. Her birthday is tomorrow, and as it says in this proclamation I'm about to read. So, so this is recognition for Linda Young on the occasion of her 100th birthday. Whereas Ms. Linda Young, affectionately known as Sister, was born February 8th, 1923, and whereas Linda's mother passed away when Linda was just 7 years old, and whereas following the passing of her mother, Lydia and her father moved to Pulleytown Road in Rolesville, Wake Forest to live with her grandmother, and whereas Lydia has lived on Pulleytown Road for 93 years, and whereas Lydia has devoted her life to taking care of her family, and whereas Lydia worked as Rolesville Elementary School for 20 years, and whereas Lydia loves quilting and cooking, and whereas Lydia is a devoted mother, sister, grandmother, great-grandmother, great-great-grandmother, aunt, and dear friend, I therefore be resolved that I, Ronnie Kern, Mayor of Town of Rolesville, on behalf of the Rolesville Board of Commissioners and citizens, do hereby extend to Ms. Young sincere congratulations for the occasion of her 100th birthday. Wish and all the best of her future, and proclaim February 8th as Lydia Young Day. So, thank you. It's just a testimony of the long life and blessings from God, really. You know, we have to, I think Brian may have left, but, you know, God has really blessed you and for a long life, and that's really, can't ask for any more than that. So,
He still blesses you.
still blesses you every day. There you go. Thank you, Ms. Young. Yeah, let's do that. Yeah. So we're going to do a picture with you, if that's okay. Is that okay? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to move down here and board. Let's everybody get in the picture up here, if you don't mind.
You sit up here, right, Ronnie? I'm not even sure. Oh, wow, room. Did he say up here?
I think so.
Of course he did, because he was birthday.
Oh, I think we were staying up here, Dan.
You see Dad trying to get all the glory.
Dan was on
This way.
Very good, Dan.
I need to take a chat back.
We look at all the different cameras.
Look this way? Yeah.
Yeah, one more. Ronnie.
I got it.
I know. Get her picture. As a matter of fact, let me get a picture.
100. Crap. Oh, yeah, it's better. The mask is off.
I gotta look at my planning board minutes, because you know what? I forgot. I was in attendance, but I just don't remember.
Okay, good. I got one other proclamation to do. Town of Rolesville Mayor and Board of Commissioners recognizing Black History Month. Whereas Black History Month affords a special opportunity to become more knowledgeable about the Black heritage and honor of many Black leaders who have contributed to to the progress over the nation, our nation, and whereas as such can strengthen the insight of all citizens regarding the issues of human rights, the great strides that has been made in the crusade to eliminate barriers of inequality for minority groups and continuing struggles against racial discrimination and poverty. Now therefore, we urge our residents to join together in making this period of rededication of the principles of justice and equality for all people. And congratulations for that. I know we're going to be talking about that on the show coming up this Thursday. I got some special guests on there. Some of you may remember Reverend Linwood Long, that was Reverend here for a long, long time, and going to have his son Linwood Jr. on the show, which kind of looking forward to that. And also a special guest of Ms. Walker is going to be on there, Ms. Mary Walker. And she was in here earlier. There she is, in her back. So very excited. So thank you guys. And this is a special time of year. Appreciate all of you helping me. I didn't know you was here. How you doing? Doing great. Yeah, good to have you. Thank you. Appreciate you coming out. If y'all don't know, it's New Bethel Pastor Ely there. So thank you for coming out. Really. Appreciate it. Thank you. And it's a special time of the year this month, and just want to recognize that. So with all that behind us, now we got to get down to some business. So first is review of the agenda by the board, and board, what's the pleasure on the agenda?
Move to approve.
All right, got a motion, is a second?
Second.
All right. Any other discussion? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Not hearing any. Consent agenda. Tonight, we only have one item, which is the January 3rd, 23 regular meeting and the January 17th, 23 workshop. Minutes, what's the pleasure of the board?
I made some adjustments to the minutes that I shared with the clerk, and she sent it to everyone. Does anyone have any objections to the changes that
No.
Okay. Then I move to approve the consent agenda as it's been presented.
Okay, so I got a motion, is there a second?
Second.
Got a motion, second. Any other discussion? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All right, and I guess we should have included April in on those votes. April, do you have any objections to any of those two votes?
We can't hear her.
I know
Can't hear you.
you have a volume problem.
My sister I am her sister, and I am her sister from a long time. And I have also been with this group of people for a long time too. So if you don't mind, please put Sadie Viola Purvis' name on this list.
We will do it. Thank you. Can we get April's voice up? Can you say something, April? Okay.
Can you hear me now?
We can.
Yes.
No objection.
Okay, thank you. There's two formalities there. So, next item is board liaison reports. Commissioner Paul Viva, anything from Parks and Recreation Advisory Board?
So we had a meeting on January 25th. We discussed the town facility naming policy revision, which is going to come up later in our meeting. Also discussed new officer positions for the board. And they're going to vote on those probably next meeting. Reviewed the Tucker Wilkins Development Greenway. And also discussed the outdoor museum. And the last thing I have, there will be an Arbor Day event on March 18th. There's more information to come out at a later time. That's all I have.
Great. Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Sutton, anything getting off the report?
Yes, there's just a couple of things. The Rolesville Downtown Development Association, affectionately known as RDDA, we did tour the new medical office building, I think it's being referred to, here at Redford Place across from Food Lion on January 24th. It is a very, very nice interior. I'm excited. The dentist office is already taking new patients, so we're excited about our first office building coming in Roseville. So that is noted. And then on this Friday, Michael, who's our Economic and Community Development Manager, we'll be going to Garner's Downtown Association to meet with them to just get some insights in what they do and touring downtown and probably touring their town hall because it's lovely. We also invited the Rolesville Downtown Development Association as well. And then I just want to make note for the community that we have 2 groundbreaking ceremonies coming up early February. One is this Friday at 1 o'clock. That's going to be our first building that we're building, our first town building that we're building. We're building a public works facility, 805 East Young Street, which is close to the bypass off Young Street. So I invite you all to come out Friday at 1 o'clock. Exciting for our public works. And then February 17th, we're also going to have our Main Street groundbreaking at Main and Young, and that will also be at 1 o'clock next Friday. So just say this Friday at 1, next Friday at 1, go to Young Street. So invite you all to come out. And then I just want to add something as a recommendation. I know that our planning board focuses a lot on our technical specs, on the things that we approve here in town, but I also want us to have an appearance component where we're looking at signage. So when new businesses come to town, they have kind of a guide on signage. I have spoken to Meredith, our planning director, about creating something that can be used, and that could be yet another, either a board or a committee that we can invite citizens to be a part of. We also have a mural project that we were looking at that would be a great thing for them to be invested in, doing those as we go along. So I propose that we have some type of appearance commission going forward, or create that so that we can involve our citizens a little bit more in what we're doing in Roseville. And those are my updates for now.
Great. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Commissioner Medley, Planning Board, any updates?
Yes, so we met last week. No, we didn't. We met, I think it was last week, I'm not sure. We did welcome we have a new, sorry, I have my notes here. We have our new chair, which is Mike Moss, and our vice chair was Davian Cross. Also, we had a new person that was sworn in, Tisha Lowe. There were, let me see, there was a really good discussion that's going to come up later to the board in regards to the distance, in regards to notification of homeowners when there's something new that's taking place in their area. So that was a very interesting conversation, I thought, and I am looking forward to us extending that conversation and adding more to it. And then also, we met last month, and I'm sorry, I just don't remember the date, in regards to affordable housing. So basically, there's really no new news to share because we're still trying to get our footing in on what we're trying to learn about affordable housing so that we can bring it back here to the board and discuss with all the citizens on how that's going to happen here in Roseville. So that's really all that I have right now. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Austin, anything from veterans?
Yes, sir. First of all, I would like to thank Ms. Robin and Lindsay for their work in reconstructing our town's website with our military and veterans. The information that I talked about last month is posted on there. If you would like to check out the website, please go to rosevillenc.gov, go to the Community Resources tab, and then click on Veteran Resources. There's information for our active duty resources, veteran resources, as well as counseling and emergency services. If you know a service member with immediate ties to you or your families or Roseville citizen that you would like to recognize, consider being a part of the Roseville Military Banner Program. That information is also on the website. I've been in contact with the Navy Talent Acquisition Group to have more presence at Roseville High School, as well as starting the Navy RTC program. So part 2, with that coordination with Principal Perry, myself, and the NTAC commander will be in contact soon. So stay tuned for those logistics. As well as this morning at 1100 hours, the NTAC had their first of the year recruiting district assistance counseling meeting. The purpose of this meeting was to inform us of all of the work the sailors are doing in our areas to support the local community and identify some of those obstacles that they are facing. Because a lot of them come back from overseas and dealing with suicide attempts, as well as suicide, as well as mental health. So therefore, I informed them about FIRST TICS, TIX, and also VET TICS. It provides tickets to our currently serving and retired law enforcement officers, firefighters, EMTs, nurses, and 911 dispatchers. First Hit secures tickets to sporting events, concerts, performing arts, educational, and family activities across the nation. First responders can sign up online as well as veterans. It is free to sign up, but they will verify your proof of service. First Hits provide those tickets and vet tickets to those veterans to reduce stress, strengthen their family bonds, and create positive memories, and encourage all first responders and veterans to stay engaged with their local communities and their American way of life. Their core values are patriotism, support and recognition, quality of life, and of course, family. And that concludes my report, sir.
Thank you, Commissioner. Appreciate that. And Commissioner Sneed, Public Safety, anything to report?
No, I don't. They had a public safety meeting on January 19th. I was not able to attend. I have communicated with Chief Lawrence, and he said that there's nothing to report right now, but there is a meeting on Monday night with the fire department board. So hopefully I will be at that meeting and have next report for our next liaison meeting, our next liaison report.
Thank you, appreciate that. You're sounding good now, so you're coming in good, so, good. Next item we have is communications from our town staff, and we got Police Chief Dave Simmons going to give us a brief presentation update.
Good evening, Commissioners, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for having me tonight. I promise to be very brief. I looked at the agenda, and I know y'all have a lot of tasks coming for you tonight, so I'll be brief. We're going to do a quick recap of 2022 and a little bit of a preview of 2023 for the police department. Quarter 4 highlights for us. We assisted the Northern Community Food Security Team with giving away over 250 meals. This year was hams to some families in need. I believe Mr. Mayor and Town Manager Arnold participated in that, and I appreciate your help. We had a lot of participation, so all hands were needed to make it a success. Next is our Shop with a Cop event. Y'all hear me talk about this a lot throughout the year. This year we were able to help 14 children in the community, give them a great Christmas. Next, we completed a organizational assessment for the police department. We wrapped that up in December, and there will be a full report coming your way pretty soon. I'm excited for y'all to see that. Next is Lieutenant Williams and Officer Pietras were named Employees of the Year by the town of Rolesville. So we were glad to hear that and appreciate their efforts. And also Officer Pagage was named Officer of the Year by his peers in the police department. So we appreciate everything they've done to date and what they're going to continue to do in the future. Next, we'll look at overall crime stats for Part 1 and Part 2 crimes for Rolesville. Some notable changes, as you can see, is drugs and other offenses. And we have some decreases in auto theft, vandalism, and liquor violations. We, being the drastic increase in drugs, we drilled down a little bit more to try to see where all this was stemming from. And as you can see, marijuana was the big contributor there to this line. We collected, seized 6.85 pounds in 2022. And there's some other ones that also helped drive that number up. Some self-initiated changes. There was a 33% increase from 2021 to 2022 with the major increases of warnings, citations, and arrests. So the officers have definitely been busy. As you can see, we're out working. We received numerous complaints in subdivisions, in and around school zones, so we have increased patrols there. So some of these could be stemming from that. As y'all can see, some of the citations and the warnings are up as well, to include collisions. What we're working on in 2023, a couple of brief items. Additional community outreach opportunities like National Shot with a Cop Day in October. This year, we're planning a national. We used to do it quarterly in and around different spots around Rolesville to allow different people to participate. This year, we're going to try to make it an all-day event. So we're going to be moving throughout Rolesville. I believe it's October 5th. Please, everyone's invited to come have a cup of coffee with us and speak with officers. Today was exciting because we deployed our brand-new body-worn cameras. And we're preparing for our transition to our new sidearms in March, something that we have also been talked about, and that was in the budget for this year. Lastly, we're looking forward to receiving and implementing recommendations for an organizational assessment that should be coming pretty soon. March 21st. You all should be able to see that. That concludes my report.
I have a couple questions.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you go back to the slide that had the types of crimes? There was an other. What is the other?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that increase?
The North Carolina State Bureau of Investigations defines it as all violations of state or local regulatory laws except traffic offenses, as defined as the crimes that you see here. And this is part 1 and part 2 is combined. So it could be trespassing, juvenile violations,
Okay.
which we've had a lot of this year, or excuse me, last year.
Speeding to neighborhoods with the big loud muffler? Is that one of them?
Except traffic.
Just
except
asking.
traffic.
You don't have to answer, just asking. And then, you don't have to answer that. And then one other question, if you could go forward slide. And one more, I'm sorry. What was it? I'm sorry, it was on your three little,
Gotcha.
your three things. Oh, that was it. The body-worn cameras, what's the policy around that? Because we hear so much in the news about body cameras being turned off, what's our policy?
I can send it to you. It's online as well. In a quick nutshell, every one of our officers are deployed with a body-worn camera. Now, everyone will be equipped with a working body-worn camera. We had an older system that started to fail us, so it was getting very costly to repair some of them. So, reason why we put it in the budget and we were able to get this new system this year. So, there's a lot. Any interaction with the public that we have, we usually have it on.
It must
So,
be on?
Yeah, it must be on. Yes,
It
ma'am.
must be on. I just want to hear you say that.
Yes, ma'am.
It must be on. Okay,
Yes, ma'am. I'd
Wait,
be
when
glad
you
to
say-
send you. I can send you the whole thing if you like.
excellent. Thank
You
you so
say
much.
any interaction, you mean confrontational interaction or hello, how are you?
No, not hello, how are you?
Okay,
If they're there for
that's good.
business. If
Gotcha.
they're there for a purpose.
All right.
Gotcha.
I thought so. I just want to make sure.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, great report.
Yes,
I look
ma'am.
forward to the organizational assessment.
Yes, ma'am. Thank
Excited
you.
about that.
I'm sorry, I have one other question. For the marijuana part, did you say 685 pounds or 6 pounds and change?
6 pounds.
Okay.
6.85.
I was like, oh my God.
Not quite that much.
It's like, wow. That was a
quite that
lot. All right, that's it. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Any other questions for the Chief? April, any questions you have for the Chief? Okay.
None for me.
Okay, thank you. Any other from the board? Thank you, Chief. Appreciate the update tonight.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Y'all are
Mr.
doing a
Mayor.
great
Thank you, Board.
job. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
The next item is public invited to be heard. If there's a agenda item you want to speak on, we got quite a few agenda items tonight, old business and new. If there's an agenda item, just wait for the agenda item. But if you got a non-agenda item you would like to speak on, we'll allow 3 minutes per person. So anybody signed up? No one signed up. So last call, anybody want to speak for public be heard? Come up. State, you got to come up to the mic. You're required to come up to the mic. Yeah, sign in there and state your name and address for the record, please. And
My name's Cliff Hamill, and I live on 228 Tortuga Street in Rolesville.
where is that at? What do they,
Off Jones Dairy. Near
okay,
ACT Electric. They're in our backyard.
got you.
So that means everybody else is here for an agenda item?
Yeah. Yeah, this is a non-agenda item, right?
Yeah.
She dropped her
I
mask.
always, I advocate for parks,
Put it on. Just know she don't have
and I think it's good for the area because I think a lot of the young people that are attracted to the triangle, I just think it's something they're looking for. And I use parks a lot. So, and I'm willing to help also.
You willing to help with the
I'm
park?
willing to volunteer if you need some help with the park or project in the park, stuff like that. I use them a lot, so I'm going to give back a little bit.
Yeah, one of the things we're working on is, we call it outdoor museums.
Okay?
And they're in parks and different places like that. So reach out to me and we'll get you in contact.
Outdoor museums? Okay, got it. Thank you.
Thank you.
I sure get his name, for sure. Put a star next to it.
Yeah, thank you, appreciate that. Anybody else? Okay, like I said, yeah, is non-agenda item?
Non-agenda item.
Okay, state your name, address, and your sign in. You can go ahead and start, just state your name and address.
My name is Latanya Montford, and I'm here representing Team Flow Cycle. We're a nonprofit organization, and we typically we cycle out here on Saturdays. We leave out of Rolesville Elementary School. And we have several members that live in the community, and I live right on the edge of Wake Forest and Rolesville. I actually used to own the curves that used to be in the shopping center. And so we're here kind of from a business perspective of we would like to host a cycling event in Rolesville, being that we do frequent this community and ride out here on a weekly basis and sometimes bi-weekly, but would like to looking at mid-spring, hosting an event and aligning with you all with your health and wellness agenda items to see what we can do to kind of bring the community out and getting them more aware of the cycling community, cycling rules, getting more comfortable with cyclists being on the road, and also helping to promote that kind of health and wellness endeavor.
Thank you, thank you. Anything to add?
So I live on 608 Cunnington Way, right here in Carlton Point. I'm Chris Withers, and so I've been an avid cyclist for about 8 years now. So we do launch every weekend right here in Rolesville. But the overall vision is for it to get bigger and bigger every year. That will benefit the community. We've already collaborated with Greenway Brewery on a couple of rides, and so this is something that we want to have the community entrenched to really support. There'll be different cyclists at all different levels, but again, this is something that we do want to have every year as Rolesville grows. So again, thank you for letting us be here, and again, I am in the community, and I love my community. But also, we want Team Flow to be part of the community.
Yeah.
I do have a question.
Yes,
Is there
ma'am.
an age minimum?
Of course, you'd have to be, unless you're a company with an adult over 18. Unless you have parent consent, we'll have waivers, waiving, and looking at it being a sanctioned cycling event, but also open to the members and community as well to come in and kind of we'll have different kind of levels, cycling levels there. So beginners to advanced cyclists out on the road.
Great. Well, reach out to our staff. I saw Kelly taking notes there. Reach out to our staff, and I know we got events coordinator, which you may want to talk to, especially if you want to do some partnership with some stuff. So thank you very much. Thank you for coming in and making us aware of this. I know we got a 5K event coming up, from a nonprofit this spring. Biking would be a good one too.
My
so.
husband rides, so he'd be very interested.
Yeah.
And Kelly
So thank
rides.
you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you for coming.
Any other comments? All right. Not hearing any, we will go on to old business. First item is Rolesville Recreation Scholarship Policy Program Resolution. JG, I see you walked up. Is there anything you want to start off with?
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. Again, this is old business. This is
something that we did see the 1st of January meeting, so I'm just bringing it back before you with any edits or changes. And tonight, we're looking for, to pass these resolutions. So the first one we'll talk about is the scholarship program. Again, the purpose of this is to provide quality recreation programs and events to all of Rolesville citizens, regardless of their financial need. These funds will be provided by donations and allocated funds from the town budget. And to be eligible for these, financial assistance will only be available to Rolesville residents. Applications must they must demonstrate need. We would accept letters from the SNAP program, Medicaid, and householders that qualify for free or reduced lunch from Wake County Public School Systems. Those are some of the requirements we would look for to make sure to verify that there is a need. Eligible programs, assistance for athletic programs, cultural programs, fitness and health wellness programs, and senior programs. Awarded participants will receive 50% of the program registration fee, and households is eligible to receive up to $200 annually. And this will be based upon funds that are available. The suggested motion is before you as well, if you want to move forward.
I do have a quick question, though,
Yes, ma'am.
and you may have said this. Is this just for Roseville residents?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so not anyone in the ETJ or anything like that?
No, ma'am, only Rolesville residents.
Okay.
And it's for all Parks and Recs programs, right? Sports, any Parks and Rec.
Not any program. I believe summer camps was excluded from that. It was just the programming of them.
Summer camps excluded?
That's what we had right now as we went through the advisory boards. That was the recommendation at that time.
Can you explain why?
I believe it was more through the advisory board was more of that's child care than providing a true program. That was their kind of their take on that. That's when they want to keep the funds limited to programming.
So growing up as a poor child, right, I was very adventurous in the summer. My parents couldn't afford to send me to summer camp. So I think this is an ideal opportunity here. So I wouldn't recommend excluding.
I mean, that's, again, it's
Summer
up to
camp.
the board if we want to make it for all recreation programs. That's not a problem for us. That we're just going off the recommendations
Okay.
as we presented. Yes, ma'am.
I think that would be.
And I could add to that, like, and I know it costs money to run these programs, maybe limited to how many, but don't not offer it for that program. Does that make sense? So you may only offer it to, as an example, 2 or 5 or, you know what I mean? Any,
Right. There's, as far as the cost recovery, these would be donations, so it's still, the line items will still match up regardless of where the funds come from, right? If they're
Okay.
coming from this program or not. The limit would be how much per household. Right now, the limit is at $200 per household.
And what is the weekly cost for the summer camp?
For Roseville residents, $105 per week.
So they could get a weekend.
yeah, so maybe consider that when you guys meet again.
And I'm sorry, you referenced daycare? I didn't hear you.
That's what some of the conversation was. They viewed summer camp as more of a child care service. That was the reason I think they wanted to exclude it.
But sometimes it is. I mean, it's an alternative, too.
I don't quite get that,
Childcare.
but, okay. That quite makes sense.
I get it, but I don't think it's fair. It's a fair assessment of camp.
Yeah, and like I said, we can add that to eligible. We can make all parks recreation programs are eligible for funding. That's not an issue on staff's hands. Again, we're just going off what was recommended.
I would just consider limiting how many, but at least offering it.
Is there a recommended motion that you were referencing?
Yes, ma'am. It's on screen.
Oh.
I'm sorry, I apologize. I didn't put it in the memo.
You gonna make the motion?
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
I move to adopt Resolution 2023 R-02 Parks and Rec Scholarship Policy with the addition that it's available to any Parks and Rec program.
Yes, ma'am.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any other discussion before I call for vote? Then, this is a business item vote. I'll ask, and we're doing remote, have a remote council person here. I ask the clerk to do a roll call, please. Roll call vote.
I'll start with Commissioner Austin.
President?
No.
Your vote.
Yes.
Commissioner Medley.
Oh, aye, yes.
Commissioner Sutton.
Aye.
Commissioner Vella?
Aye.
And Commissioner Sneed?
Aye.
It is unanimous.
Thank you. Appreciate it, Commissioners.
Thanks, Board.
I think you up for the second pitch here too, right?
Yes, sir. Again, coming before you again with the naming policy. You know, the town staff heard your feedback from the last. We made some changes to this policy, and I'll try to highlight those as we go through this presentation as well. So again, the purpose of this naming of public property such as buildings, parks, streets, greenways is a matter of importance and deserves careful and deliberate consideration. This policy has established a systematic and consistent methodology for the naming of town-owned property and dedication of public parks, greenways, and streets. The policy guidelines, this is where we made some changes. Priority is given to names carrying geographical, historical, and cultural significance in the area where the property is located or the town as a whole. Naming after individual when the individual has a historic association with the property or where the individual played a leadership role in the town, such as through distinguished service in the military, law enforcement, firefighting, education, public service, or other services. Names should be chosen in a manner that avoids duplication, confusion, similarities, and inappropriateness. We did remove out the naming rights due to financials, and what we did is those will be on a case-by-case basis if we get to those level of naming.
Well, I have to say that I'm not okay with number 2.
Okay?
Because there are too many instances happening now where they're renaming parks and monuments and dorms because of things that come up in the past. So as for individual names, I would say not. I mean, there's other things that can be done versus naming it after an individual. This is Rolesville, name it after Rolesville. You know, go along those lines, but not an individual. Because you see, even with the military, what is it, Camp Lejeune? Or I'm not sure which one, I can't remember at this moment. They're renaming that. Which one is it?
Fort Bragg.
Oh, Fort Bragg, I'm sorry. They're renaming that, and it's expensive to do that.
Have to do some research before.
Right,
I'm
and I
sure
was looking through here.
people do research, and stuff still comes up after the fact.
Understood. And the policy was to reach out to those to make sure we do the due diligence and the historic and reach out to the Rolesville Historic Society and any other members who have historic. Again, this is just a reference. This is not saying it would ever be named after someone. Again, it would come before this board to make those recommendations. It was just one of the options.
Well, that's not an option I'm in agreement to, because there's so much that comes up after the fact with research.
Yes, ma'am. So how the process would move is a suggestion of naming rights would be submitted and reviewed by the Parks and Recreation Board as the first step. The next step, the Parks and Rec Advisory Board would do due diligence in their research as well and make a recommendation to Town Board, and then Town Board would review that request and have the final decision making on any naming changes or naming of new facilities.
I have a clarification on the public streets.
Yes, ma'am.
Does that include bridges? It just comes to mind because I think there was a discussion in North Carolina about bridges. Like the bridge that is from Carlton Point to the village, is that owned by the town? That's a
So
town-owned,
that's a town street, yes, ma'am.
right? So it would include bridges? It's just not called out?
It's
That's
not
why I'm
called out, no,
asking.
ma'am. This
But would that
policy-
be part of
It's a public
it?
street, so that would be a street.
It would
that
be
if
part
wanna
of it.
Renamed, would have to go through the process. It would also have to go through Wake County, I believe, as well, for
Gotcha.
approval of naming streets. And
Gotcha. I know some bridges are called out. That's why I was asking specifically.
I think most of those bridges are usually on your DOT main
Mhm.
highways.
Right.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Well, I'm not going to make the motion to support it, but whoever does, I just want that part included about naming it after somebody. Somebody say something. I just revisit it, figure out something different, but I don't want to say no. I just want that part to be considered.
Yeah, I mean, that part be considered. We talked about this before at the Parks and Rec Advisory Board, that it has to be looked at, has to be researched, everything else, long before it would ever come to this board, with the realization that anything and everything that pops out historically is going to have to be reviewed and should be taken into context. So
That's like
they're very
somebody,
aware of that.
that's like somebody fanning a check.
Yeah, that's different. That would, yeah.
No, how is that different?
Because we're-
If somebody comes and say, I'm going to pay $1 million towards this, that, or the other?
Because you can still say no. Doesn't matter.
We took
still have
out
the final
that
say.
financial
Yep.
part, right? We
Right.
took that out.
The financial
Correct.
part,
No,
yeah.
I understand. You took
It's
that
on
out.
historical.
Yep.
Right. And I get we took it out, but I just don't think that should be a consideration. I'm not saying everything that was, if you go back maybe 2 screens, I'm not saying everything that's in that bullet 2. I'm just saying some of the items in there should not be in there. Well, 1.
I see what you're saying. I really do. And I think it's unfortunate what's happening today in society. But some things need to happen, right? But I do think you have to research who you put there. But who's to say in 100 years from now, something won't be looked at differently than we look at it today? So we can't predict the future. But I do think it's worthy to honor people who have served this town. Like I think of Rodney Privet. He did a lot for Rolesville. He was here for a long time. He's no longer with us. So there are instances where I think it makes sense to name something after someone. We just can't control the future. We don't know how things are going to change, but you do your due diligence at the time. And I think you're referencing historical things that was the law of the time. That was the law of the land. That's how things were. And we can't change all that today.
It's also going to be based on whatever board is here at that time.
Correct.
So it could be anything.
And
I mean,
they can
yeah,
change
They could change that
the
too, yeah.
policy, right? But I think it's done in an obvious way to honor people who have contributed to this community, not in a way that, and hopefully the research is done, right? We do the research.
Right.
So
I'll move to.
I'm not in agreement to it, but go ahead, make the motion.
I'll move to adopt the resolution 2023 R03 town facility naming policy.
A second.
Got a motion and got a second. Did you get the names there, Madam Clerk? Okay, so I got a motion and a second, and we'll have to do a roll call vote on this. Before I do that, any more discussion? Any more discussion? April, any discussion from you? Did you have any questions, anything from JG at all?
Nope, I'm good.
You good? Okay, Madam Clerk, ask you to do a roll call vote on this.
On your name, if you will say aye or no. Commissioner Austin?
Aye.
Commissioner Medley?
No.
Commissioner Sutton?
Aye.
Commissioner Bilga?
Aye.
Commissioner Sneed?
Aye.
Okay, thank you, Madam Clerk. I think that was a 4-1 carry with Commissioner Medley voting no. All right, thank you, JJ. Are you done?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, appreciate that. Okay, next item, I guess we're looking at Michael. Legislative hearing, MA, which is a map amendment, 22-11 on 207 North Main Street. All yours.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the board. This is item F3 on the agenda, map amendment 22-11 for the property addressed as 207 North Main Street. Before I begin my presentation, this was brought to you back in December at your meeting. Did a full public hearing, presentation, et cetera. The applicant then went back, made this into a conditional zoning district rather than a general zoning district request. And so this is now being presented with a condition added to it. So overall, the property owner here is For Me Duval 5 LLC. Property is 1.02 acre property, fully developed as we speak, as shown in this photo here. And this rezoning request is to change the zoning from the general industrial conditional district to the general commercial conditional district. And this review is under the land development ordinance adopted in 2021. To jump right into the proposed condition, which is included in your staff memo, of course, is a list of permitted uses on the left column, uses that would require an additional special use permit to be achieved in the center column. And then on the right side is a list of prohibited uses. As you may recall, the general commercial district has about 35 permitted uses and an additional 8 uses permitted by special use. So that's a little over 40 total uses that could be contemplated by anyone to develop or implement in their property. So this has broken those down into, again, the left side is now 12 uses permitted, the right side is 17 prohibited, and then still those 14 in the middle that again would require a special use permit, which is now being reviewed and contemplated by the Board of Adjustment. One late change post your packet was that the applicant asked to move the permitted use of tattoo establishment from that list to the prohibited use. So that's why these numbers have changed slightly. So tattoo establishment is now a prohibited use, and then the permitted uses would be here on the left-hand side. And I have this slide at the very end of the presentation also, where you can view it further. Quickly, a vicinity site here. This is Main Street, Young, just to the northeast of there, a little bit closer in. The property here, you may recognize it has a fully developed building and parking lot, driveway entrance, et cetera. So the existing zoning of this property is the general industrial district. Now in 2021, when the land development ordinance was adopted, the old unified development ordinance zoning was converted. And at that point, it was industrial-CZ. And upon research, staff found that there was a special use permit dating all the way back to 2004, when this property was initially zoned and then developed, regarding hours of operation. So long story short, that SUP was basically achieved or fulfilled at that time. Basically, they met the condition of the special use permit. But through the translation of zoning over 20-some years, it then became known as a CZ district. So it is currently a CZ or conditional zoning district, but there are no use standards or prohibited uses such as the new application is proposing attached to it. So this is in essence going from general industrial to general commercial with that new list of permitted and prohibited uses provided. On the future land use plan, this property and several nearby are all in that red color. That is the classification for commercial. The orange is a medium density residential. The yellow is a lower density residential for comparison. So there are a cluster of properties identified in the future land use for commercial. The 2018 Main Street Vision Plan has many goals and principles, et cetera, and the tie-in here is how general commercial zoning would be fulfilling or meeting some of those tenets. For transportation and traffic, due to the fact that there is no project entailed with this, that all this would do would change some of the permitted uses for the property. There was no analysis of traffic generation or impacts there. None would be expected with this change. So the general commercial district in the land development ordinance, again, there was about 40 or so permitted uses. We now have that condition that basically limits them to about a dozen permitted uses. And then a list of prohibited uses. General development standards here are building heights of 35-foot, setback distance, and then when or if new development would ever occur, parking, buffers, landscaping, screening, all of those items would be vetted. But right now, there is no intention by the property owner to change anything about the property, just the zoning. Staff's recommendation is the finding that the current GI or general industrial zoning is actually more intense than the general commercial. So this is technically a down zoning. The condition that's being proposed, again, further limits the permitted uses down to about a dozen. General commercial is the predominant zoning district for non-residential properties along the length of Main Street from Jonesville Road all the way past this property. The general commercial district does align with that Main Street Vision Plan and many tenets of the comprehensive plan as well. And so the overall recommendation from staff is for approval of this with that new condition. And so again, here is that list if you wish to study that a little further, ask any questions about that. And that does conclude my presentation.
Thank you. So if any tenant or anybody that was going to open a business there, if they wanted to have a business that was not within those permitted uses, they could bring that to the town? No?
If it was in the center column for a special use permit,
In the permitted column?
In the permitted column?
Or if it wasn't in the permitted column,
If it wasn't in the permitted column, it would not be permitted. So the property owner could seek to do, let's say, another rezoning to change it to a zoning district where that use was permitted.
Gotcha.
So again, coming before this board for review. Any of the uses on the left hand, again, today, given that it's a developed property with multiple lease spaces there, if a tenant wanted to go right into there, their building permit would identify which use they are. That would be vetted against this condition for zoning compliance. And if it was one of those 12, it would pass that test and move through the normal building permit process for, let's say, upfitting a space for whatever
Okay.
use that was.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Michael. This is action that we tabled on December the 6th. So I guess it's a continuation of the public hearing, of the legislative hearing.
Technically, it had to be submitted as a new case because it is a new zoning district request, so
Okay. No
a full zoning case.
All right, so with that, any more from your introduction?
I would just add that the property owners were unable to be here due to a personal family matter, but I do have a written statement that I could read for you, which would basically be what they would come up here and,
Okay,
present to you.
we'll get that in just a second. then. Okay, at this time, no more questions for the, okay, at this time, I will open the legislative hearing, MA 22-11 on North Main Street. And you says no one to speak on the behalf of the applicant. Do you want to read that into the record if you want, if you like to?
Sure, and this came from Corey and Angie Formy Duval. We're sorry we couldn't be here tonight, but wanted to express our desire for zoning our property from industrial to commercial. Honestly, we didn't know it was zoned industrial. When this was brought to our attention, it made more sense to us for our use of the property in existing building now and in the future to be zoned commercial. We have a tenant who would like to open a restaurant soon, and we understand the rezoning will prevent the restaurant owner from having to apply for and achieve a special use permit. We also understand that commercial properties in general are more desirable along Main Street to align with the town's Main Street Vision Plan for economic development. Thank you.
Yep, thank you. Okay, any questions? If not, did anyone sign up for this one? No, sir. No one signed up. Okay, general public, this is a public legislative hearing or public hearing, so anyone that is in opposition or in favor, if you would like to speak, this is opportunity. Okay, I'm not hearing any. Any closing comments from staff?
No, sir, just that staff does recommend.
Okay, thank you, Michael. So at this point, I will close. April, any comments from you?
I just have a question.
Okay.
So I do know that there used to be a little hot dog place that was in that strip mall there. So how was that allowed to be there and this restaurant not allowed to open there? How does that work? Was that not considered a restaurant before, or did the zoning change after they left?
Staff believes that under the Unified Development Ordinance, which is when, again, staff believes that particular restaurant was established, the use of eating establishment or restaurant was a permitted use in the general industrial zoning district. So we believe that is how they attained their certificate of occupancy, et cetera. But they have been gone for, I believe, several years. And then, of course, the town adopted a new land development ordinance, which has different permitted uses, different categories, different districts.
Okay, one other question. So on this list is dwelling in the upper story unit. How many dwellings are upstairs? I didn't realize there was an upstairs.
No. There are none. That is just one of the LDO's permitted uses that they chose to add in their permitted use list. Should the building ever be demolished and rebuilt, they could exercise that use potentially, say, on the second story.
Okay, thank you.
But right now, that is one use that could not be implemented in this particular building as we speak, due to its nature.
Right. Good. Thank you, April. Answer all your questions?
It did, thank you.
Okay. I will close the legislative hearing and ask the board for a motion.
I move to approve rezoning request MA 22-11, 207 North Main Street.
Second.
Okay. I got a motion, a second. Madam Clerk, did you get those names?
Commissioner Austin?
Aye.
Commissioner Medley?
Aye.
Commissioner Sutton?
Aye.
Commissioner Phillips?
Aye.
Commissioner Steve?
Aye.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Clerk. I think that's unanimous, so appreciate that. Any other questions? Not any?
Mayor, you should also have a consistency statement vote as well.
Yes, the second piece.
Yeah. Move to adopt a plan consistency statement and statement of the reasonableness.
Second.
Okay, so I got a motion, a second on the consistency statement. Is there any other discussion? If not, Madam Clerk?
Commissioner Austin,
Aye.
Commissioner Medley,
Aye.
Commissioner Sutton,
Aye.
Commissioner Bilga,
Aye.
Commissioner Sneed,
Aye.
unanimous.
The ayes have it.
Okay, thank you, appreciate that. And we'll move on to the next item. I see Meredith, you got this one, huh? Legislative hearing. This is a continuation of MA 2203 Parker Ridge. Public hearing is open, so continue, please.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. As you said, Mayor, this is a continuation of map amendment or rezoning request 2203 and the annexation petition 2206 for Parker Ridge. The legislative hearing is continued from November 15th, 2022. And the main topics of discussion from you all at that hearing had to do with traffic on School Street, making the connection, and if that connection was studied from the Parker Ridge development to East Young Street. And you also had questions about the areas designated for active and passive open space. And following those questions and discussion, it was determined that a refresh or an update to the traffic impact analysis needed to be done. And during the time between November 15th and now, that TIA refresh has been done. So just wanted to get us all on the same page before we jumped into the presentation. I will go back over the slides we saw in November just to refresh everyone's memory. So the Parker Ridge site is in a fantastic location. It is close to, or it's right next to Redford Place Park. It's close to Rolesville Elementary School. It's next to our future town campus site, close to the Public Works facility, and in between future Walbrook and Cobblestone. It's again a great location close to our main street. The project request is for 88 acres located on School Street and Redford Place Drive, and the annexation petition is for the two parcels on the eastern side of the map. The request is from the applicant is to change the zoning from residential low and residential planned unit development to residential medium conditional zoning district on one side and residential high conditional zoning district on the other. Included with the conditions for this request is a concept plan with 162 single-family lots and 114 townhome lots. So this is the concept plan, and we'll look at each side. So on the western side, the request is to rezone that to residential high conditional zoning district.
I'm sorry, which side is the western side? Do you have your little pen?
Oh, we have zoomed into the western side. So if you look at the whole project, this side is the western side, and I'll call this side the eastern side. So the western side is with the townhomes.
So to be clear, that is the side on the Food Lion side.
It's all along Redford Place Drive, right closest to.
Is that the Food Lion side? It's the Food Lion side.
Okay. So with the townhomes, 114 lots, they're shown in pink and purple. The purple ones are front-loaded, and the pink ones are alley-loaded. And the density for the townhome area is 3.93, almost 4 units per acre. So for the single-family detached side, the zoning request is for residential medium conditional zoning district. It's for 162 single-family lots are shown here, and the density of this area is 2.8 units per acre. Along with the concept plan, there are several other conditions, and the applicant will go over all of these conditions, but I've provided a summary. They include prohibited uses, maximum number of dwellings, one I know we talked about before, the single-family home being donated to a veterans organization, including a pollinator garden, perimeter buffers. They're asking to have fences instead of walls, and the purpose for that is to save existing vegetation. And there's quite a list of architectural commitments for both the single-family detached and townhome portions. And there's also an offer to dedicate land for a public park. And again, the applicant will go over all of these conditions. According to our future land use map and our comprehensive plan, the land use designation is high-density residential, And high-density residential includes a wide range of housing types. It goes all the way from single-family detached to multifamily. And the typical density for high-density residential is 6 to 12 units per acre, and that's just the definition of our future land use category of high-density residential. As I mentioned before, the existing zoning is residential and planned unit development, that retired district from our Unified Development Ordinance, also residential low, and the proposed zoning is split with residential high, residential medium, both conditional zoning districts. As per our community transportation plan, I'm going to turn on the red pointer. Hopefully you can see that better. The site is right about here. And you can see this is School Street, where my red cursor is, so it's shown as a collector street. And then this dashed line from the E in the word site over to Young Street, we'll be talking about that shortly as access D. This is our latest greenway and side path network map, and the applicant does show greenways on their concept plan as per our greenway plan. So the traffic impact analysis was first done in August 2022, and it was updated very recently in January and February of this month. And I would like to invite Matt Peach from Stantec up right now to go over what has been updated in the traffic impact analysis. We'll say there are one recommendation that stayed the same between the two studies was to construct new streets at the roundabout, and those are the streets going into the townhome portion of the site and also continuing into the single family. Now we have some School Street options to talk about, and we have some information on the Young Street connection. So if Matt is here, I'll let you speak this and then I'll come back. Sure. Thank you.
Thank you, Meredith. Good evening, board members. Good evening, Commissioner Sneed from home. My name is Matt Peach with Stantec Consulting Services, 801 Jones Franklin Road in Raleigh, North Carolina. Happy to talk to you today about Parker Ridge. The last we spoke about this particular development a few months back, as Meredith stated, the desire was for the TIA to be updated or refreshed to include 3 specific things. The first is a driveway out to Young Street. That's what you see in towards the top of the picture here. There was also a request to analyze some of the routes through the neighborhoods that you see here via Redford Place Drive, Virginia Water Drive, and then out through.
Can I stop you for a minute?
Yes, ma'am.
Because it's very difficult to understand what you're referencing. Can we use the pointer?
Oh, absolutely.
Because I don't know where you are on that map. I can't see that one, and I can barely see this.
Well, let me see what's best. Can I use the?
Yeah, that's
all right,
great.
let's use
Thank
this. All
you.
right.
Appreciate that.
Yeah, no problem. So, like I said, the desire was for the TI to be updated to include 3 specific things. The first is this driveway out to Young Street here in Access D. The second was to analyze the potential routes for traffic to work its way through the neighborhood and then out through the new roads constructed by Walbrook here, as well as here. And as well as out through the neighborhood to Jonesville and potentially to the bypass or up to Main Street.
Can you go back to the second, keep going? Where's that road at? No,
So
come back around.
If you leave the development and go south, you can go south on Redford Place Drive. You get to the roundabout and you can take Virginia Water. And then there's 2 routes through Walbrook. This is the route that will connect across from the realigned Burlington Mills Road. That's partially under construction right now, along with the Main Street project. And then this driveway out here will go directly through Walbrook across from what's referred to as the Paris Tract.
Okay, so I just want to ask now, so I'll know. I had a very big concern about the first roundabout coming into the villages. Was anything done over there? Because I couldn't tell.
This first roundabout right here,
Our villages,
over here.
I think it's in the underdeveloped part you're talking about, right?
I'm sorry.
It's in the underdevelopment part.
It's behind Food Lion.
Yeah.
Oh,
So the one
this-
up in the green.
this-
Oh, it's the very
roundabout right
first
here.
one.
Yeah.
Very
Yes.
first one.
Yep.
So nothing was done different since our last meeting for that?
No, nothing's been done different there. No. And these two driveways, access A and access B, as you see on the slide here, is anticipated to connect directly to that roundabout. That roundabout was obviously designed to handle neighborhood traffic as well as having, future connections, much like we see here for Parker Ridge.
Okay, hold on one second.
Yes.
So the piece that I'm referring to, how many townhomes are going over there again?
How many townhomes on the west side?
114.
So 114 townhomes are going to go at that first roundabout as you're coming into the villages. And nothing was changed. But we do have more traffic that's going to be going into that roundabout out through Virginia Water Drive towards Carlton Point.
Yeah, so the development will add traffic to that roundabout, but our findings were that roundabout operated acceptably, and it can handle the traffic from Parker Ridge.
Do you have examples where that exists in this county or any other county adjacent to us? Because I haven't seen that, except the only thing that comes to mind, I know it's a little different, is, because usually you see the roundabout within the neighborhood, but I'm talking about where it's a public roundabout. And the only one I can think of that comes to mind is Hillsborough Street by NC State. And I know it has 2 lanes, which I really get confused. But can you give me some examples in other areas in the county or adjacent to us?
Yeah,
other
so
counties?
roundabouts over the last 20 years have become more and more adopted by a lot by NCDOT, but also by some municipalities. Certainly, the one you talked about in Raleigh there in front of campus, that's kind of a notable one. There's several in Cary. There's also, I believe, some roundabouts in Wake Forest. Exactly where, I'd have to look up on a map, but there's plenty of examples around, and I can get you some more information on that.
Yeah, but I'm talking about where there's already an existing neighborhood near it, and then you're adding connector streets onto a roundabout. That's specifically what I'm looking for, because I know there's plenty of them within neighborhoods. I get that. Cedar Lakes has one of those, right? We have one in the village, right? But I haven't seen this scenario.
No, I do agree with you that this is a little bit unique, that we wouldn't see a roundabout get started, but without 2 other driveways. If Parker Ridge were to never happen and this land were to remain undeveloped, you wouldn't need the roundabout there at all. It could just operate as a straight road. So that roundabout was originally intended, at least best I can tell, to have those driveways built into it. So we found that it operates acceptably.
Supposed to be for commercial, but I just want to make sure that I'm not reading more into this. So 144 townhomes, let's just multiply that by 2 cars, right? 288 additional homes are going to be filtering in through that roundabout, either going, I'm not sure if that's north and south or east and west. So that's what this is saying, correct?
Yeah, so when we talk about townhomes, you have to remember there's a lot of, townhomes don't generate as much traffic as single family.
That's 144.
14.
114 townhomes.
114, that's 100 plus. Okay, so just.
Yeah, so what, 100, so just to give you some context, 114 townhomes in the morning peak hour would generate a total of 54 trips and 64 trips in the afternoon peak hour. So in 1 hour's time, you're at most looking at 64 cars being generated by those townhomes that would be accessing that roundabout.
But you're adding to the existing traffic already.
That's correct.
Right.
That's correct.
So you already have that as kind of a, I don't know if that's designated as a feeder street. Redford Place, I know Virginia Water is, but I don't know if Redford Place is. So I'm concerned about the traffic. This was my concern from the beginning, and I expressed that to our planning director, that I think there needs to be alternative entryways there. Because that doesn't feel safe to me. Because you're stopping to turn in, you've got traffic behind you, you're creating a traffic situation.
You have traffic behind you, you're coming in. Yeah, you have the traffic behind you. That was a big concern for me, so I'm surprised it was not really addressed in any type of a modification, with only one way in and out. And people walk there all the time as well, so.
So the report previously and through the refresh, that roundabout operates at level of surface A. So it's operating with very, very low delays. Roundabouts
Right
often
now.
compete with signalized intersection for capacity. So there's certainly enough capacity at that roundabout to handle the traffic that Parker Ridge would add to it, on top of the existing traffic that's already there.
So I have a clarification question. On your legend down here, it shows future study road. But when you were talking, you were using those roads to say they could go this way or that way. Those roads are not developed yet. All they're done now is take down the trees. We know it's going to be a few years out, right, before it's done.
Yes, absolutely. So Main Street's currently under construction. I don't exactly know at what stage Walbrook is, but when Walbrook comes through,
They're just moving a few trees now. But I'm saying that's some years down the road. Are you including that as an access point? Are you doing it simultaneously with the development? How are you coming up with those numbers when those roads are not even started yet?
We took the amount of traffic from the Walbrook traffic study itself. And that assumed some of the neighborhood traffic would go in and out through those driveways. That also assumed that, that also included all of Walbrook's traffic on top of that. So we took those numbers directly from the Walbrook TIA that was done a number of years ago.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you.
And Matt, I know that you are going on to the other side of this development, but this one is very concerning for me because that's a lot of traffic in that circle. But you know what? We're going to move on to the next side. We'll let you finish where you are.
Sure. I'm happy to answer questions at any time. The last thing I did want to say that differs from what you saw a few months back was that we took a look at the study and the question that we were trying to answer was, what would happen if we removed the School Street, the driveway connection to School Street? If you recall, there were concerns over sending traffic on School Street due to interference with school pickup and drop-off operations. Right. So that was the third question that we strove to answer here. So broadly speaking, we found a couple of things. The driveway out to Young Street is a definite benefit. What this provides is a very quick path for folks to get to Young Street and then to the bypass without having to get onto Main Street or to wind through the neighborhood. Regarding traffic through the neighborhood and then out through Walbrook, what we found is that those paths and the number of paths that drivers can take disperses traffic so that the impact to those intersections from Parker Ridge is minimal. And lastly, because of all of those paths or options, if you will, that drivers have to, whether it be getting out to Main Street or getting out to the bypass, we found that the development can operate with and without the School Street connection. So if the preference of the board was to remove the School Street connection, that traffic can operate just fine without it. Yeah.
So you're saying with Young Street being there as an option, the Young Street connector would be installed? Is that what I'm hearing you say?
Yeah, so if access D out to Young Street, and let me use the pointer here.
Thank you.
Yep. If that is there, then School Street's removed, that's a good option for traffic to take.
Okay.
Yeah. And since that would be a brand new driveway, obviously there's no existing traffic on it. There would be traffic associated with the facility that would be constructed as a part of that. But also because Young Street is maintained by NCDOT, they're requested to review the TIA. So the TIA is currently under review by NCDOT.
Did you say there's no traffic on Young Street?
No, I'm sorry. Since this is a new driveway, there's no current traffic on it. That's what I meant to say. Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's proposed, but it still has to go through DOT approval because it's...
The TI does have to go through DOT approval, but we're not expecting it not to get approved.
So then if you take out School Street, so we're looking at access D, correct?
So if School Street's removed, you can either go to the roundabout from the eastern side, more of the single-family homes, or you can come out Access D to Young Street.
So then Access D would join Access A. No, wait, I'm getting lost here. Access B would be impacted by the traffic behind Food Lion. I'm not sure what access that is.
What is Access D? I think you think about Access A and B.
Is that considered A behind Food Lion?
Yeah, A and B is.
Can you
Food
touch
Line.
Food Line for us?
The Food Line is right
Right
here.
there.
Thank
Food
you.
Line's right here.
Thank you.
Okay. So no, it's not Access A then, not initially. Oh my God.
So Access B and Access D would be people's options coming from the school or going
Because
to the school.
Access C wouldn't exist.
Right. If it didn't exist, yes.
Yeah, if it didn't exist. So that extra traffic from how many homes again on the,
So there are 114 single-family
162?
attached. Those are townhomes. There's 114 townhomes and 162 single-family homes.
so all that traffic would either go through Access D or back through the villages and get on Redford Place and come out that way?
Correct. You're either going to the roundabout, if assuming School Street is removed, you are either going to the roundabout or you are going out to Young Street.
Or along Medford.
Who said that?
I did.
I'm sorry.
So Long Medford is also there, correct?
Long Milford.
Milford, is it Milford or Medford?
That's
Yeah.
kind of out of the way though, isn't it?
Yeah, that's it.
Would that be open up though? I thought we talked about that.
No, I don't think that's connected.
Right, it had
Yeah.
some
That's,
topographical
so that's a road
issues.
that's actually in Cedar Lakes, that's on the border.
Is that this down here? Or
I think,
potentially?
I think it's that one up there.
This one?
Yeah, that's that connection right
That's
there.
not Cedar Lakes, that's the villages.
No, up there further.
Oh, okay.
Right, this one over here?
That one right there?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm just not making,
I have a question for you, Mr. Peach.
Yes, ma'am.
So, trying to understand the TIA a little bit more. So on one of the draft, the trip distribution with Access C on here that you have in your information that we got, Access D is on here and it has 0% and then parentheses 55%. Can you explain those numbers to me? Does that mean 0% now because the road is not built?
No,
But what-
what you're seeing are two numbers, and the first number is for incoming traffic. The second number in parentheses is for outgoing traffic. So when the figure you're referring to there, when you see that 0% and then you see 55% in parentheses, that's the right turn from Access D onto Young Street. And obviously, since you're turning right out of the development, there's no incoming traffic on that specific movement. That's why you see a 0 there. You see the 55 there because we're anticipating or we're estimating that 55% of the traffic in and out of Parker Ridge would prefer to make that movement.
Okay, so then my question becomes, so 55% of all that morning traffic, what you're anticipating would come out of that Young Street to make that right-hand turn, correct?
That's correct, and the reason that we're estimating that is because that's the quickest way to get down to the bypass. And that's the quickest way to get to kind of the major employment centers if you're commuting into Raleigh, for instance.
Okay, so with that information that you've given me, so the other exits in that neighborhood that you have, so 55%, that's going to be the one with the most traffic on it? At
Yes,
55%?
yes,
Because-
absolutely,
okay.
yep.
So that tells me that that's a much-needed access point.
Connection.
Yeah, we think that there's a lot of benefit to having that driveway out to Young Street, absolutely. And like I said before, the reason we see it as such a benefit is that it takes traffic off of Main Street, right? It also takes traffic that might otherwise go through the neighborhood. So those two benefits specifically.
You gave the traffic counts for the 114 townhomes, I believe, earlier. 54 and 64, I think, were the numbers, morning, afternoon. What about the single-family homes? What's that?
So for 162 single-family homes in the morning, we would anticipate 116 total trips and 156 in the evening. So substantially more than if you take the evening, we were seeing 64 from the townhomes, 156 to and from the single-family homes. Reason being is that the single-family homes are larger in number than the townhomes, 162 to 114, but generally speaking, single-family homes generate more traffic per unit than a townhome.
Definitely. So help me with this, because I am not a traffic engineer by any stance. So when you look at this, you're showing the impact of this community, obviously. So do you see what happens before that? Like, do you see current, and is there a comparison? And is that the percentage you're talking about for increase, or do you only use that percentage to show your community only that you're focused on?
So the purpose
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
My question may not make sense.
I think so. I'll try to answer it, and if I don't, you please
Alrighty.
feel free. So what we always try to do with traffic impact analysis is we try to hone in on exactly what is the impact that we can expect from this particular development, right? And we use that impact to develop what we refer to as mitigation measures. Those are typically road improvements, turn lanes, things that can facilitate cars moving as they would today, or a future condition without the development, right? So obviously Rolesville is a growing town, so we always analyze the existing. So we took a look at the 2022 existing. We then take a look at the future, or what we project traffic out to be in the future, and that's a function of historic growth rates in town, but also known developments, both approved and unapproved, but developments moving through the process. And then we take a look at the roads and how they're operating under those conditions. And then the second to last step is to add the development traffic in and see what the change is between without the development and with the development. And then the last step of the process is to add on what our recommendations are, what the improvements are, and then see how everything works in that instance. That's kind of the four-step process right there. So generally, right now, what we see in Rolesville for these study intersections are level of service C or better. Because of all the development in town, we see those get to level service D, or in certain locations, level service E. So that's just part of the growth, right? And then the way the LDO is written, and I'm looking it up so I don't misstate anything here. The way the LDO is written, the traffic impact analysis must demonstrate that the proposed development would not cause build-out year peak hour levels of service on any arterial or collector road or intersection within the study area to fall below a level of service D. It says, or where the existing level of service is already in E, that the proposed development would not cause it to fall to the next letter grade, right? So everything's got to be a D or better, but if it's an E, then the development just can't kick it over to an F. So we do see some E's, but in this instance, nothing moves it to that F level where the LDO would require mitigation.
But should it not go under a D as well?
I was going to say, you said a D or better? Did I hear you correctly?
Yeah, I
You said a
heard
D or a C?
The
LDO says D or better.
So I'm skipping the gun a little bit, but is there going to be a traffic light over there?
Exactly.
Access D?
Access C?
No, D.
I'm sorry, D?
Mm-hmm.
We did not analyze it. We analyzed it as a stop-controlled intersection. And we found that it operated acceptably with that. But we also recommended that a left turn lane be installed on Young Street.
So how does that happen? There's going to be so much traffic coming off of West Young Street, right? In my layman terms, I don't know. But there's a lot of development taking place on West Young Street, and they're going to do the same thing, trying to cut over to 401. So you're going to have traffic backing up into the neighborhood. If you have a stop sign, you know, you're going to have to try to fight your way in or run the stop sign. it seems like it's going to create a mess, but I'm just not understanding. I'm not understanding how this is all making sense. Because also, you took into consideration the other developments that are there, the future ones that are coming, and just the available land that's still out there that could possibly be built out as residential homes.
Yeah, we refer to that as, what we refer to as background growth. It's developments that we don't quite know yet. So that some development is accounted for. We just don't have specifics on that development yet.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, so to me, this looks like it's going to be bumper to bumper, Monday through Friday. You were looking at over 170 homes in the morning between both sides, and over 200 homes, right, in the evenings. Just from this development, not from the villages, not from Cedar Lake, not from Carlton Point, the single-family homes plus the townhomes that are coming that probably won't impact it anyway because they can go out on Jonesville Road. But I'm just trying to make sense of it, and it's just not working for me.
I just need clarity on the numbers. So you talked about the 2022 existing. Do you actually have numbers?
Delay numbers?
Traffic numbers?
Yeah, absolutely.
Like how it's used now. If you could give me those, you were going down that path, but you didn't quite get there.
So you're looking for seconds of delay per vehicle? If
I was
or you're
looking for
saying
like
actual
how
traffic
many, like you
numbers.
gave me the number of how many this development will add.
Oh.
Do you know the current number
And then the seconds
that's
of delay.
used?
Yeah.
Does that make sense? That's why I was saying I know.
The current number for traffic generated by this development, or are you referring to traffic that's currently on the roads?
Traffic that's currently on that road, utilizing that area.
So Redford Place Drive?
Yes, yes, yes,
Okay.
yes.
So we don't have daily traffic numbers on Redford Place Drive. Those are collected by NCDOT, but we do have hourly volumes for Redford Place Drive. So if you give me a moment, I can look those up.
Okay, that'd be great. Thank
Is
you.
it hourly?
Yeah, morning peak hour and afternoon peak hour, yeah.
And then the seconds of delay, because you had that number as well, right?
Yes, we do. Let's see. So traffic data was collected in May of 2022, as well as early June 2022 when schools were in session. And then due to the TIA refresh, traffic data was also collected on December 8th of 2022. So let's see here. So on Redford Place Drive, so let's say in the morning, there is 159 northbound vehicles per hour.
Which way is north? We don't know which way is north when we were over there.
Up on the picture here. So coming from the neighborhood going towards Main Street is north.
Gotcha.
Yep.
Perfect.
Yep.
Thank you.
That's 159, and then southbound is 73. That is going, say, from Food Line into the neighborhood. So to kind of put that into context, if you're, say, 73, right? That's over an hour, right? That's a little bit over one car per minute, right?
Hey, Matt, do you have any other content you need to add?
This was the majority of it. I'm simply just responding to questions now. So if you want to move the presentation along, I'm happy to.
Yeah, let's get Meredith back up, and we'll come back to traffic study if we need to.
Thank you, Matt.
Thank you. Yes.
Yes, thank you. So when looking at consistency of the Parker Ridge rezoning request, the proposed housing types, single-family attached and detached, are consistent with the high-density category. The roadway network recommendations are reasonably illustrated on the concept plan, and the greenways are shown as per our 2022 Greenway Plan.
What is reasonably represented?
That's my way of saying they're shown on the concept plan close enough.
Close enough to what?
What's shown on our community transportation plan.
Oh, okay, thank you. Okay, thank you very much.
Roadway network, so we're looking at the comprehensive plan consistency. So the housing types have to do with the future land use category. The roadway network has to do with the community transportation plan, and the greenways are our greenway plan. So. On the lesser side of consistency, or not really consistent, the average density of 3.18 units per acre. If you averaged the townhomes and the single-family detached, the density comes out to almost 3.2, and that is less than the future land use category range of 6 to 12 for high-density residential. So when this case was at the planning board unanimously recommended approval with an expectation that traffic concerns related to School Street would be addressed. And staff does recommend approval of the Parker Ridge rezoning request. It is somewhat consistent with the future land use designation. Like I said, reasonably consistent with the community transportation plan and does show the greenways in the greenway plan. So the applicant does have a presentation, and I'll invite Collier up to give that presentation now. And I just have it embedded in mine.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners. I'm Collier Marsh with Parker Poe at 301 Fayetteville Street here on behalf of the applicant team. We have a number of folks here on our team to answer any questions you may have, but thanks for having us again tonight. So this is the Parker Ridge rezoning, and Meredith and her team has already done an exhaustive presentation of this case, and so I'll hit a few of the high notes. But again, the site and the surrounding area, we covered it. I think we're familiar with it, and we've been talking about Redford Place in the middle and kind of orienting ourselves. But just here's Main Street and the food line up here, school. So just orienting everybody again, we're looking north on this slide. In total, 88-acre property that consists of several parcels that have been assembled together for this project. Existing zoning, if you'll recall at the last hearing, a bit of a complicated history with that left-hand side, the yellow, the RPUD district. It's a dated zoning. There's a special use permit where there's limited information available as to what is allowed today. So any development that goes here likely would have to rezone unless some new information was discovered. And then a lower density residential designation on the remainder of the site. I want you all to put a pin in the image on the right-hand side, the future land use map. So what is the future land use map? That is what every developer looks at when they come to Rolesville and figure out what is the town's vision for this property? What do the long-range plans call for? And the future land use map here calls for high-density residential. High-density residential calls for 6 to 12 units per acre. And why is high-density residential designated for this area? Because you're right near your main street. This is where you want growth and development to come. This is what you want to support your commercial businesses in the area. So that is why that designation is here. What we're hearing and the challenge we face with this project is traffic. There's a lot of traffic in the area. What the town's plans call for is twice as many units, 4 times as many units as what we're proposing. So I want you all to keep that in mind, that we have considered all of these elements and we're trying to strike the appropriate balance, which is bring in the right use for this area near your main street to accomplish the town's other long-range planning goals. So keep that in mind as we look at this project and we go forward. The town and its plans would allow up to, or at least contemplate up to 12 units per acre, and we're at 3.1. So the actual zoning that we're calling for, two districts. There's the residential high-density conditional zoning district on the left-hand side in yellow. That is the townhome district. And then the residential medium-density conditional zoning, that is the single-family detached district. And a number of conditions apply to both districts, covering a wide range of things, prohibiting certain uses, capping the number of units within each district, but then we have a concept plan that's part of this rezoning that actually has an even smaller number of units, that 114 and 162, I believe, is the total counts there. And this is that concept plan. So we've looked at this a bunch. We've covered it in the prior hearing, but just to take a step back and think about what we're providing with this project, it's an 88-acre site. We're providing over 45 acres of open space. We're providing a mix of product types to provide differentiation among the neighborhoods. So in the townhome section, we have 2 different types of townhomes. We have the front load and the rear load townhomes. Now again, the plan, the town's future land use map would call for even apartments. And so when we look at all of the consistency, if you recall Ms. Gruber coming up and talking about our consistency with the comprehensive plan, we're consistent with everything. The one inconsistency is there could be more. There could be more units. There could be apartments in addition to townhomes and single family. So again, when we think about the push and pull of traffic versus long range plans, We've thought about that. We've tried to strike the right balance. We've tried to be conscientious of our neighbors, the surrounding areas, and come up with a project that's compatible. So by doing these two different districts, we have the most dense development on Main Street and commercial uses north of the site, and then we have the townhome community that backs up to that. And then that transitions to the single-family neighborhood as you move to the existing single-family development. So we've tried to transition from Main Street out, reduce density as you go, become more compatible each step of the way. Again, 88 acres, 45 acres of open space is substantial, and it's a major, I think, feature of the site. I'll tell you a bit more about that in just a moment. But reviewing the conditions, we do have a commitment to build and donate a home as part of one of these organizations to a veteran and their family in need of a home. We've added a pollinator garden on the northern side of the site, closest to the School Street connection, which is a goal of the town and one of the plans for I think it's the mayor's pledge to ensure that there's appropriate pollinator species throughout the town that allows for proper, natural growth of the environment. Extensive architectural commitments. So what we heard is that we want to make sure that this neighborhood is compatible with the surrounding area. We want to make sure that these are high quality homes. And we just put them all on the slide so you can see them. There are extensive conditions for both the townhomes and the single family detached that we're committing to as part of this project. And these are just representative elevations of the single family detached homes. These would be the front loaded townhomes. And then these are rear-loaded homes. Just to give you an idea of the different product types that we're offering, I know we see a little grays and light gray and dark gray. These are just the baseline. This is the standard version, so they are more colorful in reality, but this is just kind of the model that we use to show what we're envisioning here. Parks and recreation and open space is a major commitment of this project. We have 1.5 acres that we're offering as a donation to the town to dedicate it for a future park directly across the street from the future park, or from the existing park. So putting parkland right where the town needs it. The town can do with it as they see fit. Any number of uses can go there, and we've looked at what could fit there. You can fit parking and tennis courts, or you can fit things, actual active uses with parking to serve it in that 1.5 acre spot. Then excluding that 1.5 acres, taking that out of our count, we still have over 46 acres of open space throughout the site. Nearly 3 miles of sidewalks, about 1.5 miles of public greenway trails. I think the most exciting of which will be the one that wraps around the lake. It provides great views and a great public amenity connecting to the future town hall site, connecting to all the surrounding areas. So this greenway network is a really exciting commitment of this project. Again, continuing, I guess, our recreation commitments, the main amenity area is located here. I showed you all the park, and there's the pollinator garden for reference. Now, as the staff report pointed out, there are 2 questions that came out of the last hearing, and we had a nice 2-hour hearing where we discussed a lot of topics, but narrowed the issues to 2 things we needed to know more about. What's going to happen to Young Street? What's going to happen to School Street, and what can we do there? And we wanted to know more about what the open space would be. And so I do have an exhibit that illustrates how the open space would break out as active and passive throughout the neighborhood. And so I will hand this up, I guess. If I can bring it. And so what you'll see on this exhibit is a breakdown of the active and passive open space throughout the site. And so what we've committed to, and Commissioner Steed, I apologize if you're not able to see this, but we have open space broken throughout the property. And what you'll see, the question was, we want to make sure that there's balance. We want to make sure that all of your active open space isn't going in one spot and only for the single-family neighborhood, or only for the townhomes, or only one location. So what you see, I was pleased to see it myself, that open space, it's shown in kind of a salmon color on the sheets you have, is evenly distributed throughout the neighborhood, so that we have active areas throughout. And the assurance y'all have that this is what you're going to get is that your code requires exactly what we're showing there. So the really excessive open space that we're providing here is that passive open space. 5 acres will be required. You're not going to get any less than what you see here. And then you see a little box in the bottom right-hand corner, I believe, of what's required in active open spaces. So to qualify, we need to have those features. So call it play fields, playgrounds, and other features. So it's not just a field. It's not blank. It is actual park-like features. space throughout the community, walkable, sidewalks to take you there. So hopefully that addresses those questions about how that open space would be broken out, that it is meaningful, it is throughout the site. Not to mention, we do have a park that we connect to, an offer of dedicated parkland. And again, this lake, this 20-ish acre feature with a greenway around it is really a notable feature of this development, and I think kind of the signature of this property.
But on this exhibit, excuse me, is it Collier?
Yes.
Collier. Are these items on there? Because I don't see anything.
So that is what your code requires. They have to have some of those objects. So we haven't planned every open space. We haven't completed the site plans, but what your code says, that is the box from your code. We have to put those features in our open space. So we haven't chosen, okay, this is
Right.
definitely the location
Let me stop
for.
you because maybe you don't understand my question. I'm saying, are these circles representative of something or no? On the green space?
That's around the lake.
On the green space where the circle's meant to
You
represent.
need a copy of your exhibit?
It's around the lake.
I've got plenty of sheets.
He's got extras.
I didn't want to go shuffle.
Is that
through so
what it is?
Rocks, I think, or something.
Oh, okay.
I think,
That's space we can't use anyway.
I think what you may be asking is, make it plain what is active. Active is this pinkish.
The pinkish color,
The
or the
pinkish
active open
color
spaces. So they're the
is what's meaningful, what he's saying is meaningful.
Gotcha. Okay, I was like, is it on here?
So they got active pieces all through
The pink.
The
Thank
pink,
you.
sorry, I said salmon color.
Oh, okay, I
You
missed
said
that.
what?
Salmon color. It's
Salmon
pastel.
color,
A
okay.
pastel color is what we're going for here.
I got you.
Yeah,
Thank you.
so those are,
Asking about those little
so,
bubbles and stuff inside of the green?
I was thinking that was it. I was just trying to clarify.
yeah, so hopefully
got
it looks
you.
a little better now than the little circles there. Now, it is throughout, it totals up to 5 acres, not counting that
Got you.
parkland. So,
Okay, thank you.
we left it with the lake amenity. I do think this is the defining feature of the site. This is publicly accessible with public greenway. So the questions we had again were open space, what are we doing with active open space, and then what are we doing with traffic? That was the big question, and that continued to be a big question. I want to take a step back, though, and remind you all of the exercise that we went through, which is that we performed a traffic impact analysis that looked at this neighborhood without any other connections that other developers were building, but the existing connections today. And what that traffic impact analysis said was that the only improvements that are required were to make sure that you have the 2 streets tie into the traffic circle. And that was the traffic circle, Commissioner Medley, that you had concerns about the capacity. The whole point of that traffic circle being in that location is that it's planned to have those 2 connections. And so the actual directive is make sure that you have all streets coming in so you have 4 points. That's why the traffic circle is there. And what we heard from Mr. Peach is that there's more than enough capacity. So I understand, it sounds like there's a lot of vehicles being added in, but that's what that circle is designed for, is to adapt and to bring in traffic from those 2 other sections. And I know there are prior visions of commercial uses on that site. Those commercial uses are generally actually higher trip generators than the residential uses. So what we're proposing is actually a lower impact development to what was originally envisioned when that was put in place. But so the original exercise and the original TIA looked at everything and determined that's all we need to address the traffic from our development. But the exercise we just went through for the last 2-3 months was, well, let's consider all the other connections that are going in. Let's figure out how traffic can disperse. And let's make sure that we need the School Street connection, because the concern at the last meeting was School Street is a mess already. If we're going to have a connection to School Street, we don't want to make it worse. And we as the development team agreed. We knew it was a problem, but our hands are a bit tied with what we can do with the public schools property. So the exercise, I think, was beneficial and resulted in what the commission was hoping to hear, which is that School Street, that connection isn't needed. So that was the perfect purpose of that exercise. I know we were looking at different trips generated, but our project isn't the impact. It isn't the one causing problems. There's existing traffic concerns and existing traffic issues, but our project isn't making things worse, and the improvements we're providing successfully mitigate it. But what we have learned, which I think was the welcome news to our team, and I hope to the commission, is that with or without a School Street connection, there's really no impact. So what we can do is we can say, we heard that School Street was a problem, and if the commissioners want to vote to remove that School Street connection, to avoid that problem, to avoid exacerbating it, we can do that. And we as a development team have no preference with that connection. We're willing to follow the town's directive and either make the connection or not make the connection to avoid exacerbating the problem. So with that, I know there's probably plenty of questions. Happy to answer any and all of them.
Thank you. I think that makes sense without having School Street, which is fine. I think we're probably all pretty comfortable with that. But long as Young Street gets built, or that connection, because without that, I don't see it. And then I asked earlier, and I did share this with our planning director, who was supposed to chat with you all about this, about that roundabout. I saw no examples. It would have been great to have an example of here's where this is in the county. I've seen it within neighborhoods. I have not seen it on a public street being added, except for the example that I called out. So that is still a concern for me. And I got one more point, because you're probably going to want to hear this. You said that you wanted to work very much with the neighbors. And did you all have another neighborhood meeting after August 2022?
So we had the one neighborhood meeting that was required by the town's code. I mean, I think the feedback we got was generally favorable from the neighborhood. We did not have a second one to answer your questions. We did not have neighbors speak at the Planning Commission hearing or at the last council hearing. So our focus since that time has been to address the concerns that we heard from you, and that's what we've been working on since the last.
Right, but you said out of your mouth that you wanted to work well with the neighbors. I don't know what your exact verbiage was, but you said something about that, work in cooperation with the neighbors that are already there. So it's been 6 months since the neighbors have heard this, right? So I believe it was recommended to you all to consider having another neighborhood meeting, even if virtual, just offering it. So that was not offered to the neighbors.
We did not have a second neighborhood meeting. I think the language I use now, we always want to work with neighbors, and so I don't mean to downplay that.
I don't know what the words were, I'm just
Well, we talk
paraphrasing.
about having a community that's compatible with the neighbors, and so we try to have appropriate transitions. So we did not have another neighborhood meeting. We typically do that when we have neighbors that are expressing concerns to us about a project. And we frankly weren't hearing that. What we're hearing is their concerns that we've heard from the commissioners that we need to address. And so that's what we've been focusing on. Going back to the roundabout question. Yes. And can you just make sure, ask that question one more time so I get right your. You haven't seen.
I haven't seen this anywhere. I've been living in this county a long time, right?
The only thing that comes
I
to my
just
mind,
haven't seen it.
and maybe some of you have done it, is Franklin Street in Wake Forest. That's a through street, and it's got 2 or 3 roundabouts, apartments and things on there. That's the only one that comes to my mind.
So I think if I can frame this is a neighborhood. So there's other existing roundabouts within neighborhoods. Our neighborhood is a neighborhood like all the rest. So we're not putting the commercial uses that other projects had envisioned there, which is materially different. This is a neighborhood within a neighborhood. And so we've tried to bring you a project that's just part of the neighborhood. We're not asking to build 5-story apartments, 400 units on this site, 88 acres, a couple thousand apartments is what you could do in high-density residential. We build a neighborhood on the roundabout, and that's a roundabout that was designed to have something quite a bit more impactful than what we're proposing.
I got you. I hear you. I think it's a good project. I am not trying to poo-poo your project, but my job as a commissioner is to ask questions. And my job as a commissioner is to represent the town of Rolesville. So it's not always going to be everything you say or everything you think we should say. So I just want to clarify that. We have the right to ask as many questions as we need to feel comfortable with our vote.
Absolutely.
So thank
and
you
I hope
for
I'm
that.
giving you the answers that you need to make an informed decision.
I have a question. Was it not possible to put another road, another exit or entryway on the Food Lion side?
No, we don't. It's not our property. I'm glad you asked that, because the questions that we are asking about connections are the questions that any project would have with this site, because we are confined by the existing road network. We can't build a road through someone else's property. We don't control that. So we're looking at the existing streets. So anybody that comes in here with a different project down the road is going to face these same questions.
Sure. But you mentioned 6 to 12 homes, but 6 to 12 homes, the TIA is going to fail. So I don't see where that would be. That's not even, I don't think that's relevant to this situation, because we couldn't do it.
Well,
correct?
We're confined by the same street. Now, if we had a higher density residential development, the town would have Mr. Peach perform his TIA, and he'd say, well, based on this development, here are my recommended improvements. It could be that something higher find some other improvement that's necessary. Here, when we looked at it, we were confined with what we can do, and the only improvements that theoretically could have been done based on our project conflict with the town's own street plans where streets are being narrowed rather than expanded. So we could have kind of undone the work that you've tried to do in other areas.
I think the only exception that we've heard tonight, and also it's in the recommendation here, is to do that connector D.
Young Street.
Young Street.
Young
Yeah, but who's going to pay? Are you guys going to pay for that?
So we've had this discussion. I think Mr. Arnold and Mr. Neal and myself exchanged any number of emails in the past. How can we make that? How can we make that commitment? The challenge that we faced is that we don't yet know what the town's plans are for that street. And so we can't, as a developer, say we're going to build something we don't know. And so we entered into this kind of circle of, well, we'll commit to do it when we know what the plan is. And in the end, it was an agreement to agree. That's the best we could do because we didn't know what we were agreeing to. So the assurance we have here, and what we've talked about with several of you all, is the impact fees from this project more than cover that cost. And so I think in the future, there would be opportunities to do a development agreement where the impact fees from this project can be applied to make that connection. But until we know what that connection was, we were kind of saying we'd agreed to have a development agreement if we can agree within that. It got to this cycle. So
if you're agreeing to agree at some point in the future, what happens to the road with this project?
So there are several ways that this plays out. So the town's project could go before ours, and that connection is there. Time-wise, development-wise, there's a very good possibility the town builds that street before we get to it. If not, the projects may sync up.
Let's say if not.
The projects may sync up, and then we can build the road in connection with yours. So we enter a development agreement where we construct it on behalf of the town, and so that can be done. But if we get to that point and the town doesn't have plans for that street, I would speculate that the town wouldn't want us to build one street that doesn't conform with your plan. So that was the chicken or egg situation we were in, which is we don't know how that's going to be constructed. Now, the assurance I have, because you've just looked at this updated TIA that talks about that connection, that was meant to look at all of these future connections. Go back to the original TIA that we performed that didn't consider that connection. And still the improvements that were talked about are the ones we're providing. So with or without that connection, it's going to work. That connection is something that is planned for in the future, and that only makes the situation better. So that, again, was the exercise that we did between the last two hearings is, let's think about all these connections. Let's figure out what's going to happen. And when all those connections are completed, can we eliminate that school street connection? The answer is yes.
Okay, so no school street and no unnamed street between the town and you all. So what other streets are you referring to? All the streets that lead into the villages?
Yeah.
That doesn't seem to.
The one with the red.
It doesn't seem to make.
Yeah, so the school street connection is the one that was of concern at the last hearing. And at the last hearing, we didn't know what to do with it because we couldn't control the school's property. We had some suggestions. We could change signage. We could control one-way access. But what this latest exercise says is when all of these connections are made, when the surrounding, we saw those other projects off screen, when those are built, with or without School Street, it doesn't matter. So if we're looking forward, we don't need that connection. Now we have the Redford Place connections, the Long Melford connection, and then this would be the future connection upon development of the town's property. If this was any other property, we wouldn't even be able to entertain that discussion. If this was a private property owner, we wouldn't be able to entertain, we'll build a road through the middle of it. We have the good fortune of being able to work with the town to do a development agreement, to be able to have us construct that as part of our project in connection with the town's plans.
So why did Matt Peach just stand up here and say that that was an option, the Young Street? I am totally confused. So I feel like, where's Matt? I don't want to talk with you. He's right there. I thought he said we could do the Young Street, and then you came all the way back around to say, well, we can't do it because we don't know if the chicken or the egg came first. I'm confused.
Yeah, so the exercise was, when all these connections are going to be made, what's the situation going to be? And so in discussions with planning staff, there's a high level of confidence that that town parcel is going to be developed, and that street from Young Street to our site is going to be built. So let's consider that now. Let's not be short-sighted with what exists today, and let's understand what the implications are in the future if we remove the school street connection. So it's a bit of, we made an assumption to consider the concern at the last hearing, which is what should we do with School Street? So that was the exercise, is consider all of these different connections and then figure out what we can do with School Street.
I think that's a big risk because, government moves slow, so we never know. We don't know when that road is going to be built.
So we're back to where we were.
We really are, because we're trying to hope and pray that this will happen or that will happen. We're not. Kelly, did you say 3 to 5 years for that development back there? Did you tell me that, or did I assume that, or did I read it somewhere?
For into the town,
Yes.
you control your destiny on that.
Oh my God, you're answering like David. That's
No,
that,
but you
yeah.
do. But we anticipate that in the next 3 years, you'll be building a library and some town facility on that site.
Which will track either in sync or potentially ahead of this project. So that was why, in discussions with planning staff, we didn't have the Young Street connection in the original scoping, and it suggested that's going to happen. Let's account for it so that we can have a better picture of the future. So that's why it was in there.
Yeah, I think that's the first step, but hearing this board, I think the second step, Dave, maybe you can chime in and help us out, is how do we get that where the board can feel comfortable? How far out is your project?
We'll have Charlie Yoakley come up.
Without that, you.
Exactly.
Evening, everybody. Charlie Oakley, Land Entitlements Manager with Lennar. We would expect CD approval, I believe we're projecting into the year. Then you have a 12-month development cycle to get ready to build homes. So you're looking beginning of 25 for submittal of building permits, 6 months to build a home. So you're probably mid 25, spring 25 before first CO. And that's the Young Street connection, per our phasing plan, would be phase 2. So that would actually be the second half of our neighborhood.
All right, so I have a question for the board.
Thank you.
This is considered, thank you, this is considered one development, right? And we always said you had to have more than one way in and more than one way out, correct? But does that portion behind Food Line count as, what is that? Is that just one way in and out?
So there are.
Do you follow the question I'm referring to, maybe a year or two ago?
Here, one access point here, and then this would be considered another, and then there's this long.
No, I mean coming out from where the townhomes are.
Yeah, right there.
There's only one.
One there.
Didn't we say something about that?
These are private drives accessing the rear that have entrances here and here. So these would be rear-loaded units. So this is the private street behind it, and those each have an access point as well. So this section has one access point, but that is largely a product of a stream buffer where you're only going to get one permitted crossing anyway.
So wait, you're saying there's more than one access point on the Food Line side?
We'll get Meredith to answer that question, because I think that's a good point that you need to figure out. But that's probably for the planning department. Is anything, before she does that, let's kind of wrap up.
I'm going to say, I really like your plan too, but I don't like the traffic part. I just think it's not really taking into consideration what's there, what's coming, and what you all are bringing. And I think your numbers from D to E, I don't think those are the best numbers for that area.
That's one final comment that I guess I'd say. Any project that goes on this site is going to have these same impacts.
I believe you.
And so this is low density to try and mitigate those impacts at the start. The last thing I'll say is that the traffic engineer that has done this analysis is the town's engineer. This is the town's engineer telling you that this project successfully mitigates its impacts.
Okay, and then I would say to you that maybe a conversation should have been had with the people behind this development to try to get another road in. Did that ever happen?
Where are you?
Because you said you can't do anything on property you don't own, correct? So if you were able to get some type of access on the backside.
That is not something that's been explored. My head's spinning with some other implications of that would be less desirable. Connecting a commercial use to the surrounding neighborhood may actually have some repercussions that are things we'd want to avoid. But, it's something that was never contemplated because I think that this is a
I think it's
better
a public
layout.
street going to
Yeah,
the food line.
what street are you referring to?
There's no street there.
There's no street, so there's nothing. to
Correct, there's
connect.
no street there. I'm just saying, because you had said we can't make a street on property we don't own. So I'm looking at the backside of that property, not the Food Lion, not Food Lion, but in between Food Lion and, I can't think of the name of that street. But isn't there the potential for a road to go back?
So when you think
To
about
connect to Jonesville, I
right-of-way,
guess?
public right-of-way and WIS, which we would need, you'd be tearing down buildings in order to get
don't
stuff
think so
through
either.
there. It's
Right.
just
Never mind, disregard, because I'm getting my
I
streets.
think with the storage buildings and all. So the
Yeah,
question
don't worry about
is from the commissioner here, and I remember in the old days, it was like 100 was the rule of thumb.
Yes.
The one way out. So the question is, does this meet our standards? Because actually, some of the townhomes have multiple ways out with the driveways and stuff, right?
Sure. Yeah, this concept plan does meet the land development ordinance. And
How many is on that,
on
what
the
Commissioner calls food line side?
food line side, it's about 50.
About 50? So even if it didn't have the private driveways, it would still be,
I'm sorry, I don't understand. You're saying that there are going to be at least 50 townhomes that can get onto Redford Place Drive? Is that what you're
On
saying?
the Lion side.
From the Food Lion side? Is that what you're saying, because the driveways are facing the front?
There's a street behind those pink
Yeah, the little gray, that
Right,
really gray
are we
line.
talking about,
That little street behind?
Right, no.
we're talking about
Right here.
this section of the
Behind that
townhomes?
pink. You see this road?
Right.
Right there.
That's an alley.
Road.
Yeah, that's the alley for those rear-loaded
Oh,
townhomes.
and those roads can get onto Redford Place? I mean, that road leads to Redford Place?
Yeah.
We talking where the red cursor is, I'm talking about this section of townhomes, that's about 50.
Correct.
And those homes will either come out of from the alleyway or come out into the roundabout.
Also, there are two ways to get onto Redford Place.
Okay, Meredith, we've been going 2 hours and 2 hours and 5 minutes here.
Okay.
I think it answered the question.
It did.
Now, before you step away, April, is there any questions you have to get caught up on from
For Meredith, no.
Meredith or the applicant, either one?
I just have one question for the applicant on this. Since School Street, not developing School Street is an option, and you said that you're working and having conversations with the town about an agreement to have an agreement for Young Street in the future, possibly. So is there, I guess it's a statement that I'd like to make, that for you to take into consideration that any monies that would have went into developing School Street with the school board, how could that possibly be transferred over to the development of Young Street? Just a thought to throw out there to see how we could possibly help that along, once also taken into consideration that we don't even have alignment yet.
Yeah, that's absolutely something we consider, and for all the commissioners, I hope that we've established through this process that we are working with the town, we've adapted to a lot of feedback, and this plan has changed. I think some of you all saw it months back. Based on every comment we've received, we've endeavored to address it. So that Young Street connection, the future construction, that'll be no different, that this team is prepared to continue those discussions and to be a good partner on that.
Yeah, kind of to follow Commissioner Sneed's comments, if I can, and make sure I get it right, Commissioner Sneed. What she's saying is, all the money spent on that stub you got there, which looks like it may be 100 feet, 200 feet or something, plus all the money you're going to spend improving school side of it, can you use that to do the extension? Is that what the commissioner is asking?
Yes, for whenever we're at that point.
That makes sense? Something to consider?
Absolutely, and I think, that cost it could absolutely be translated over.
Good. Any other questions? Good question.
So I just need to clarify back to Commissioner Medley's point about the driveway. Isn't that private? Is that a private driveway? Like, can I just roll through those people's back of their homes?
We call it an
alleyway.
Call it an alley. So it's private in the sense that it is privately maintained. It's not
Right, so that's their property once they purchase those townhomes.
The HOA manages it, so it provides access to every single unit. So it looks and feels like a street, it's built to standards, but it's privately maintained. So in theory, someone could drive to the rear of these homes where the driveways are, as those homeowners do. It's not gated or blocked off, but it looks and feels like a road at the rear. So all their driveways, that was intentional because of
Right,
Redford
'cause
Place and the
they're coming out
traffic.
from
You
the
don't
rear.
want driveways on the front, you want them at the rear.
Right. I just don't think that truly serves as a second out.
It doesn't, because you can look out your window and see traffic.
required.
What do you mean?
It has, it's less than 100. It ain't but 50.
Right, but I know in Carlton Point, there's a little, like a private little drive behind people, it's like the Greenway. And if that was drivable, would I be driving through there to get out? That's weird. I think that's strange.
At
But
any given day, you look out your window or go to get in your car, and there's traffic backed up there trying to go the
I just
opposite
don't think you
direction.
count that as a pass-through. I could see the townhomes using it,
But
that's
I
the
guess
intent.
the other example would be right behind the post office. All the townhouses back there, those are all private roads back through there.
Right.
But yet you're still like a regular access road through
You
there.
drive behind any of those anytime to get away from traffic?
No, not to get away from traffic,
Exactly.
no.
That's what I'm saying. It doesn't,
I thought the question was about the impact of traffic from these units. which
Correct.
Those units will be using. The only way that, if I live in any of these units here, the only way I can park at my house.
no. I think her question was 2 points of going in and out of the neighborhood. And that's when that was mentioned.
Right, and
So it was
yeah,
in
that's
relation to
not
that.
being used to qualify for the code. We
So
independently
then it
meet that
needs to
what I'm
requirement.
saying? Yeah.
And that's something we said that we didn't want to do anymore because of an issue we had in another neighborhood where they couldn't get out because of an issue.
Dan, what's your question?
It was what was it, on Watkins Road? There was an electric issue and they couldn't get in or out, and they had only one way of doing it.
I know we got a number associated with it. And it,
I just don't see how this works without Young Street. I was excited in the beginning, and then it kind of like, here you go, and then you pulled it back. So I don't understand how we.
So can we get more information about Young Street and come back?
Let's do this. Let's do this. Thank you. Any more questions? Any more
I
questions?
think Dan has some questions.
Dan, you got a question?
I did, about the impact fees that you said that you guys would give to the town towards Young Street, right? But those monies counted today are different from monies that's going to be worth 2-3 years from now when that road is actually being constructed.
So we did look at, when we had these discussions, what was an estimated cost of that Young Street connection. I think our impact fees were in the neighborhood of $750,000 today, and that was more than enough to cover a connection to Young Street. So it would more than offset it. I think, don't quote me on this, but I think it was in the neighborhood of $500,000 for the Young Street connection and $750 impact fees, so that's more than enough.
Impact fees versus what the builders could charge for
I
inflation.
question those numbers. Kelly? How much is Granite Falls Boulevard to build out? That's not built yet. I know it was not 750. I know it was way more than 750.
It was 7 figures, I thought.
We were in the millions.
I thought it was two each section, so it's 2 million each, so about 4 million total left.
$4 million.
Still left on
figure.
Granite Falls Boulevard.
Yeah.
I think.
It's not enough.
I just think we need to come back.
Yeah.
I think a conversation needs to be had with DOT in regards to Young Street, and a conversation needs to be had with the town. I think at this point, there was no neighborhood, there was no second, not that it was a requirement, but I just think that most of the people in here are going to be impacted by that area, and that's why they're here. So they may have had questions that they could have provided to you before tonight.
Okay.
But I think Young Street really needs to be
Okay.
discussed further.
Thank you. What's the sign up? Anybody sign up to speak? No one sign up to speak? It sounds like to me, we can do two options. We can continue the public hearing, or we can do a continuation again. And if you can answer this question with Kelly and the attorney, take a attempt of trying to figure out this Young Street issue. Or we can continue the meeting and call for a vote. What are you thinking, Dave?
Mayor Kern, if we could get a 10-minute recess, I might have a condition concept that would work for the board, and I want to bounce that off of council.
We're
Yeah.
12 minutes overdue for a recess, so let's do that. I'm going to call for a 10-minute recess. That's all convened at that clock. Let's say 9:25. That'll give you 12 minutes according to that clock. So
Are we going to the kitchen?
we in recess. Huh?
then it comes up to their yard. Esther, come get our.
We are now back in session. Did you want to add anything? I mean, I think I know what you come up with. Anything you want to add for the public?
Yeah, for the public, I think the applicant has presented in their presentation things that can be captured in a condition. They just need to be written down so that we don't have a flaw in our logic. And I thought I could do that in 10 minutes, but I believe we'd be better off if we took a little time to do it right.
Okay. So with that, I thought that's what you was going to say. So with that, I do have two people that have signed to speak publicly. So what we're going to do is I'm going to ask you to speak, the ones that want to speak, then I'm going to close the public hearing, and we will just table this until they bring it back with and we'll vote on it at that time. Everybody's okay with that?
Technically, a motion to postpone and then till whenever.
Okay. All right. So let's do the public hearing. I got two people signed up. I think it's Aaron McLean.
Eric Michelson, sir.
Eric Michael. Okay. Couldn't quite read your writing there, but
Yeah, sorry about that.
come up and introduce yourself. I see you live on Ash Brittle Drive. So.
Yes, sir, Mayor, and thank you, Commissioners, for letting me talk. I appreciate it. This is, I think, my third or fourth meeting I've been to, and one thing that I've brought up in the past in meetings is the concern I have about the blasting on the project. Now, it hasn't really been addressed. At least I have not heard it in the meetings. I was told that it really wasn't a big deal. Being I live at 605 Asheville Drive, I'm right behind the purple townhomes, the front loading, right off of the main road coming in. I'm having a total blank right now, but anyway, so my wife works from home, and she's there 8 hours a day. I'm concerned with the ground shaking, losing power, damage to homes. And as I mentioned, I really haven't heard anything addressed by the town or addressed by the builder in regards to that. The other thing that I'm concerned about, and I know we've already brought it up, is traffic. It's definitely a big concern to me. I'm not sure how the builder thinks it's not going to be a issue. I understand there's other roads can be built, but Youngsville's that's not yet set. Coming in the main road, I have noticed potholes. I've noticed the road starting to buckle. I use that road all the time. It's not buckling, but it is a bumpy road. They just built that new building. It is a tennis building. It's great, but they also dug a big trench across that road, and they did fill it in, but it is starting to sink. I don't know if anybody of you has been over there recently, but as you go over it, it does. And it's making your car kind of go in and out of the ditch a little bit. Not big, but it's going to get worse as we progress. And if we have all these vehicles coming in, we're having all this heavy equipment coming down that road, it's just going to make this worse. And I don't know if everybody's considered what it's going to take to rebuild this road once all this is done and once this traffic is completed. The other thing that my wife works from home is with the homes, not security, but how are the access to viewing the properties from the townhomes? I know some are going to be front loaded. I know some are back-loaded. That's also concerning, especially my wife being she works from home. I don't work from home, so it's more concerning. I bring that up on her behalf. Now, this was just mentioned earlier today on the Pulse Road that was going behind the townhomes on the left side, up by the red dot on the map here. It looks like it's got, it's capped off on the picture, but it sounds like it's going to have access to Redford Place. I don't know if that's the case or not. I think you all were looking into that. If that is, I mean, that'll give 3 accesses, which that's just going to cause more traffic coming in and out of that roundabout. And that's, in my opinion, not very safe. Also, coming down Redford, just past the circle, we go down the hill, and we have our public pool there. Being there's going to be a lot more traffic going in and out of that area, I don't know, has anybody considered the public safety with the pool right there? I know I use it, my family uses it, it's a very popular location. There are 2 entrances and exits out of that area as well. I just want to bring that up as a safety concern, in my opinion, especially with the traffic coming in and out of this area that we're proposing. I know there's already traffic coming in right now. I mean, I see people going up and down that road. Not as you mentioned with loud mufflers, but they do definitely go a little faster than you probably should in a neighborhood. But thank you for your time. I appreciate it, and I hope you have a nice evening.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Can I ask you a quick question?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you able to attend the August neighborhood meeting? Or did you get notice of that?
I hate to say I don't remember which meetings I went to. I know I've been to 3. The last one I came to was pouring down rain. I don't remember what day that was.
Okay, it would be with the developer, though, not here.
I was here it wasn't in this room, it was in a different room with the developer that was
Okay.
here. I did ask about the blasting at that point, and I know I brought it up in the last meeting as well. He mentioned it was going to be minimal, but I live in Rolesville, we had blasting in downtown Rolesville when they did all the, where they're building the new, whatever you guys are building down there. I think it's going to be great once it's done. But, I mean, we could feel that, we could hear that where we were at. So, I mean, being it's going to be right in my backyard, it's concerning. And I want to mention that, especially with the structure and the sound. I mean, I got kids, I know it's going to be during the work day, but on days they're off, they're going to be blasting. It's going to be pretty loud, I would think. So.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it.
Thanks. Next, I think is Claudine Mosley. Is that right?
Good evening, everybody. My name is Claudine Mosley, and I live at 734 Redford Place Drive, and this is my first meeting. And I'm going to be short and brief. I have a couple of concerns. The first concern is the traffic. My husband and I moved from Colorado Springs to Rolesville in 2009. And when we moved, it was like one way in and one way out. And the realtor told us when we bought the house what the traffic was going to be like. And reality set in, and it was awful. Then they built the superhighway. It made the traffic a little bit better, but it's still not to me, it's still not as good as it should be because traffic is still congested on Lewisburg Road coming 401 North. And I want the people to take into consideration, on Main Street, they're getting ready to build a Publix. So that's traffic. That's one of my concerns. And the next one is the ballpark, because in the summertime, in the spring, the ballpark traffic is heavy too. And the next thing is I'm not visualizing this drawing that he has up here, this map, but the next concern of mine is if you're going to have traffic coming in from Virginia Water both ways, does that mean that you're going to tear down the roundabout, the arches that's up there now coming into Redford Place? And when you say the roundabouts, I know it's one roundabout that's not developed. To me, it's not, because it doesn't have anything there. And the second roundabout is the one coming into the Virginia Waters. And I think the third one they're talking about is the back, behind, I call it the back part of the subdivision, which is Carlton Point. So I know that I travel a lot, and I work, retired out of Research Triangle Park, and I know what the traffic is like in the mornings, and I know what the traffic is like late at night, because I used to work late at nights. And when I say I know what the traffic is like in the mornings, I walk with some ladies, and we meet up at the food line between 4:30 and 4:45, and the traffic is pretty heavy then. at that time of day. So that's my biggest and my main concern is the traffic. And plus you gotta watch out for the kids too, because they're riding their bikes and stuff up and down Redford Place. They're walking to the ballpark. They're going up to the Food Lion. So that is my main concern there is traffic. And to me, and I'm gonna be totally honest with you, I don't have anything against people building places to live, but I just don't think that this neighborhood is the place to build townhomes and apartments or what have you, or whatever you're gonna build. Because number one, it's gonna mess up the beautification. Because I love driving into my subdivision and seeing those beautiful arches and the flowers that they have there and the way that the upkeep is. So I guess my concern is what is it gonna look like if this happens?
Great.
And let's see if I have anything else. Oh, I did notice one thing, that all the commissioners are not asking questions, so that's a concern of mine too.
We're not asking questions?
No, I said all of them. I know that you three, but I haven't heard too many questions from the other panels. And I haven't heard too many questions or concerns from our city attorney. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Okay. I think at this point in time, I guess Meredith, where's Meredith at? Do you have anything to add before we close the public hearing?
Proposed motions, but it sounded like you already had an idea for that.
I think so. We'll have to see what the board wants to do. It's up to them. Yeah, so we'll have to see. But you have anything closing?
No, sir.
Okay, April, do you have any closing questions? And I think I moved on, and we may have got Matt off the hook on a couple things. Was there anything that you guys want to ask Matt again before we close the public hearing?
Matt, I thought we were getting Young Street. I only asked as a question, but you set me up. I thought I was getting Young Street.
Yeah, you heard the applicant's representative earlier talk about the limitations that they have. The traffic study, that we analyzed it with that connection specifically. The prior study that we did back when we last saw you in November, that study was done in August. That covers any scenarios without that connection. So we'd have to refer back to the prior study that was done.
But you recommend Young Street.
I do, but there's certain limitations there that are important to consider.
Certainly.
Yeah, but I think if I read your recommendation, you do recommend it.
That's correct.
I think if you, testimony you have gave says about more than 50% of the traffic will use that.
That's correct. Yep.
Yeah.
50 leaving, 55 coming back, right?
Yep.
Yeah, it was 55%, kind of taking that and going down to the bypass specifically.
Right.
I do have one question about the D or better. Is that common?
That is yes. That is standard practice. Yep.
Really?
I thought it was a
So does a D mean the same thing as a D in school?
No. D's is that's a common misconception. So in traffic, there's various levels of service. They do go from A to F. The differences between what we have in schools versus what we have here in traffic is that a D is generally considered acceptable during peak hours, right? So during rush hours, Ds are acceptable. When it's not peak times, we would typically look for less delay and the better levels of service. Those are the A's, the B's, and the C's. And we could have a whole discussion about that.
I got you. I just wanted to clarify because the D.
I guess also, when you guys have these conferences and all the traffic engineers get together, because, listening to, I'm part of Campo, and, Campo, they had a traffic engineer statement was pretty much A, B, and C is underutilized, is the term he used. That D was the standard that they build to. That's when it's fully utilized is D. F is more. F is, expand the utilization that they plan for the road. But they plan for D.
The actual,
Don't they
that's
plan
what
for
he
D, but
said.
hope better than a D?
Yeah.
Isn't that the goal, I thought?
So to fully utilize the road, he said they plan for D. Is that true?
Yeah, well, because what we analyze in the TI is when we think that peak demand will be, right? And if we were to design for higher levels of service, A, B, C, what we would be doing is we'd be, really overbuilding roads. So that gets back to what you're saying, Mayor Curran, where what we're trying to do is strike a balance, right, between the size of the road and the delay. And that's where that level of D kind of target comes in. And that's why you see that's the way the LDO is written, is that if a development comes in and the intersection is D or better, that's okay. But if they kick it to an E or if they kick it to an F as a result of the development, then that's when we look for mitigation, and that's how the LDO is written.
So have you ever heard of roads being overbuilt in Wake County in the last 10 years?
No, we're trying to keep up with traffic.
So it sounds like we need to think about that because we're a growing community. So maybe it is better to look at C, push our standard higher so that we can do some quote unquote overbuilding, which I don't think exists in Wake County anymore. Look at DOT, they're trying to finish 540. We already need a 640 or a 340, right? So something for this board to consider. Thanks, Matt.
Well, you almost got off the hook. Is any more questions? Any more questions from Matt?
No, always best to be proactive than reactive.
Yep.
Yeah.
I would
Thank
agree
you.
with
Yeah.
that.
April, anything for Matt?
No, he answered the ones on my list.
Thank you.
Hey, Matt, thank you for
Thank you, Matt.
for coming.
Didn't ask me if I had a question.
I asked everybody if they had it, but go ahead.
That's my name, but now I forgot.
Okay. But thank you, Matt. I mean, I know that we can tend to be hard on you at times, but, it's just a passionate board, and appreciate it. You do a very good job. Appreciate it. And thank you.
Thank you all, and happy to answer any other questions you may have either tonight or throughout the course of the case.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so no more questions for the staff?
I do have one thing to add that I would like to add as a standard for us. I do want us to look at that C or better. I meant that. And then the other thing is the neighborhood meetings. 6 months is too long to go without going back to revisit the neighbors. I feel like we need to have a 3-month window or something, or if it goes back to the planning board and then comes to us, it's an automatic go back to the neighbors. We have to raise that standard because you're impacting people's lives and they should get a chance to weigh in before it comes back to a public hearing, and they may not hear about it, they may not be able to attend, whatever the case may be. We should put it on the developer to have that onus to go back. So I don't know how to put that, but I make a motion of that.
Yeah, I think Meredith can make a point of that.
Yes.
For sure.
Thank
But I will
you.
say, based on what planning said at the last meeting, what is it, 100, 200 feet? They're recommending a lot more, so more people will be notified who may not even know about tonight's meeting.
I think we changed that,
Yeah.
right? To 300 feet or something, or?
There was another discussion.
Oh, okay.
We always change it, but this time I think it's gonna really hit home.
Okay. I will close the public hearing. One last call. April? Okay. Public hearing is closed. I'm ready for the board. We can make a motion to approve or deny. We can give the attorney time to maybe see if we can get the extension put in. I don't really see that motion up there, but it'd be close to number 4 where we.
So I have one.
Where we
Move to postpone the vote on this map amendment to our next regular meeting, the first meeting of March.
Is that too quick, Joe?
Is that acceptable? The time?
Is that
I
good?
almost got it done in 10 minutes, so
So, yeah,
it's
let's-
plenty of time. It also provides enough time for the applicant to schedule and hold a neighborhood meeting if that's of concern to
I
the
would
board.
recommend that, highly recommend that.
Well, wait, I have a question. What does our March schedule look like, Kelly? Because we don't want another late night like this.
As I understand the motion, we would not have a public hearing. This would just be for the board's deliberation and vote.
Deliberating can take a long
Can we
time, too.
fit that in, Kelly?
Right now you have the 503 South Main Street coming back to you, but that's all right now on the March 7th.
I do think it makes sense to open, if you're going to postpone it, why wouldn't you open the public hearing again?
If for no other reason, you've had 2 full meetings of public hearings, and at this point, you're not adding any new information. So if you need the staff's input, so that would be Mr. Peach, the planning staff, myself, or the manager, those aren't under the public hearing.
So we had a public hearing tonight, but the public was not informed of these changes, unless they happen to go online and read through the material and say, oh, something changed. That's all I'm saying. If the neighborhood meeting covers that, I'm good. But otherwise, I won't know why you wouldn't give folks a brush at it.
And the conditions and those sort of items do not necessarily become part of an application for the neighborhood again. That's not what the statute requires. That's purely something between the applicant and the board.
So long as there's a neighborhood meeting, I can move forward with that. But without it, I don't see it.
So there will
Okay.
still be an opportunity to speak.
All right.
As commissioners, correct?
We still got another one of these to go.
Yes.
Okay.
So we still got another one of these to go. So I'm going to entertain a motion. Were you attempting to make one?
Oh, he did. I think I second it.
Okay, so I do have a motion on the floor and a second. Madam Clerk, do you have the motion?
I'll take your vote. Commissioner Austin?
Aye.
Commissioner Medley?
Aye.
Commissioner Sutton?
Aye.
Commissioner Bilda?
Aye.
Commissioner Sneed?
Aye.
Okay, so I heard positive vote there. So at this point in time, we will table the decision of this to the March meeting. So thank you, public, for coming. You don't have to leave too quickly because we do have another one coming up that you're welcome to stay for. This one is,
I
let's
just thank
see.
everybody for coming out tonight.
First of all, we have the community involvement leave policy. Who had that? Is this a long one, Lisa? Okay, cool. So Lisa, you have the podium.
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners. At the beginning of the current school year, I received an email from somebody who worked at one of the local schools, and she was wondering if any of our staff could come over and volunteer to help with something that they had going on at the school. So I forwarded the email to all of the employees, and nobody volunteered. The feedback that I got after the fact was if the town offered some type of paid leave, then people would be more apt to volunteer for things. One of the town's key focus areas is community connection, i.e., and I'm going to read directly from what that statement says, fostering opportunities to build connections and create civic life. The proposed community involvement leave policy that you should have a copy of in your materials does just that. The policy gives employees up to 8 hours of paid community involvement time where they can go and volunteer at schools, at nonprofits, at state or local agencies or institutes of higher learning. And that's 8 hours per calendar year. Those hours don't roll over, they don't accumulate, but they renew every January 1st. This policy would also touch on goals 1 through 4 that stem from your desire to create that community connection. The main goal would be to build the coalitions with state, county, and community partners to address regional issues. Our preference is to have volunteerism here within the town of Rolesville, but unfortunately, 84% of our employees do not live in Rolesville. So I looked at that as an opportunity to enhance our diversity initiative, because some of our employees do live in counties that are some of the poorer counties in the state. If we were to allow staff to volunteer, in towns and counties where they actually live, that would actually promote diversity, because if you recall, diversity is more than just gender or skin color. It's also socioeconomic status. And it would be a wonderful opportunity for us to create those partnerships with different organizations within different communities. For example, I live in Lewisburg, which is in Franklin County. I used to work at the Department of Social Services there, and after I left employment there, I did go back to volunteer on several occasions. And I don't know how much you all know about departments of social services, but they usually provide services for people in need of assistance, lower income individuals who are in need of assistance. One of the programs is Food and Nutrition Services, and it used to be called Food Stamps, but then there's also Family and Children's Medicaid and Adult Medicaid. Those programs return millions of dollars to an economy, whether it's the local economy, whether it's the state economy, whether it's the economy of a neighboring municipality or neighboring county. When I was working at social services, I had someone in my caseload. She was actually a lady who used to live in Rolesville who moved to Lewisburg. She was getting services. She would come to Food Lion here in Rolesville because that's what she was used to. So that's money that was going back into the local economy. And those are just a couple of examples. Also people who have Medicaid. There aren't a lot of providers in Lewisburg. So a lot of people come to Wake Forest, to Raleigh, to see a doctor. That's creating revenue for that doctor's office. It's also creating jobs for people who work in those doctor's offices. And you would be surprised about the number of people who actually leave Lewisburg and come to shop at Sam's in Wake Forest. And a lot of those folks swipe that EBT card. So that's generating revenue for the county. I think that if you would consider this particular policy, it would not only be creating that sense of civic life, but it would also enhance on whatever level some part of the local economy, whether it's a trickle down from the state, but it has a ripple effect. And I'm requesting that you consider approval of this policy to allow employees to volunteer, preferably here in Rolesville, but also in their local communities, because it's a benefit to everyone involved. And I'm perfectly willing to answer any questions that you may have. I accept any recommendations for revisions.
I do have a question. So it doesn't just mean like, okay, so you got a phone call from the high school, you said, or from a school, and no one could go, so the school suggested?
No, the feedback that I got was from employees. They said that they would be more apt to volunteer if the town gave paid leave so they could go volunteer, because most volunteer opportunities happen during regular business hours. There aren't a whole lot of volunteer opportunities that happen on the weekends when employees are off.
So this is paid time away?
Yes, up to 8 hours within a calendar year.
And how do you track that? I think the employees here are honorable, but how is that tracked? Like, did you really go to this place, or did you just take a day off and claim the 8 hours? And I'm not saying anybody would do that. I'm just wondering, how is something like that tracked?
I've had experience with this before. There was an application process. We had to coordinate with the schools or what have you. And some folks, they created a timesheet where the person at the school system had to sign off. Susie was here from 8 to 12 volunteering, and it had to be signed off on by a school official. And then they would bring that back to their supervisor or to human resources.
I love this policy. I work at Coastal Credit Union, and we do this. I worked formerly for Progress Energy, now Duke Energy. We did that. I actually introduced the program at Duke Energy, at Progress Energy, correction, and we do 8 hours per year. And what it does is it creates employee engagement. It's also a way that your organization can show how they're giving back to their community in hours, which equals dollars. So I think it's a great program, and I know that you all will administer it and be able to monitor what you need to monitor. But we do it all the time. Employees are even really inspired. There's so many organizations. Habitat for Humanity is one, where people go and do a build or something like that, and we're trying to get a Habitat home in Rolesville.
And that's usually on the weekends, I will say, but I understand your point, though. Would it count during the weekend if somebody used those hours, but it would defeat the purpose of doing it during the week?
If we had someone whose regularly scheduled work hours happened to be like maybe a Saturday.
I got you.
Then they would be able to utilize that time on a Saturday.
That's awesome.
But I know personally, since I don't live in Rolesville, that would give me the opportunity to learn more about Rolesville, other than just, getting out, riding around, trying to learn my way around. But that would give me the opportunity to learn more about Rolesville.
You don't have to use the entire 8 hours on one particular event.
No.
Lisa,
Yeah,
I think that
Go ahead, April.
I think that it is a fantastic program. I am aware, as Sheila had said, she's mentioned too, of other large organizations that do this. And I would like to say that to remind people or to inform people that there are several nonprofits and other businesses in Rolesville that you may not be aware of, such as Seniors Helping Seniors and other things that are members of our Chamber of Commerce. And there are lists there that people could find in other ways that they could volunteer in the community if they chose to do so in Rolesville.
Most definitely. And when I was talking to Kelly about it, I told him that I would keep a list of volunteer opportunities here in Rolesville. That way, if someone were to come and say, I want to volunteer, but I don't know where, I would have a list for them.
So my last question, so you said the hours build up in January. Would you just retro those hours for this year, or does it start next year?
We can prorate the hours.
Okay.
Or however you want to do it. If you want to give everybody the full 8 hours effective March 1st, we can do that. Or if you want to prorate it, we can do that.
Prorating seems like it's going to be so complicated. Just pick a date.
Yeah, just
grab
for
the 8
March
hours.
1st is fine.
I agree. And I'm familiar with this program too. I think a lot of organizations is doing this. So I would say let's make a decision on it.
I move to approve Resolution 2023-R-04, changing the recommendation from February 1st, 2023 to March 1st, February 23.
I second.
Okay, we got a motion and a second. Any other discussion for a call for a vote? Okay, Madam Clerk?
Commissioner Alston?
Aye.
Commissioner Medley?
Aye.
Commissioner Sutton?
Aye.
Commissioner Bilko?
Aye.
Commissioner Sneed?
Aye.
Thank you. Thank you, Lisa. This is a good program. I appreciate your thinking about what's good for the employees, morale, and this is actually good for the community. It's more than just employees. It's good for the community and the whole community as a whole, health-wise. So appreciate that. Thank you.
Thanks.
Next item, legislative hearing TA, which is a text amendment, I think, 2202 Jones Dairy Storage. So we're getting close to recess time, or not recess time, adjournment time. So take off.
That would be great. So Mike Ellabarger and I have been working on this case together. I'm going to tee it off and go over the text amendment with you all, and he's going to present the rezoning and annexation. So the agenda items are separate. First, we have the text amendment. That lays the potential foundation for the rezoning and annexation. And they're all related to Jones Dairy Storage. I'm not sure if that was clear in the text amendment staff memo. And then I also want to tee this up for the applicant. The applicant, and I just had a conversation, and the applicant would like to present the cases to you all this evening, share their request, and they would also like to request that the hearing be continued. They received some additional neighbor input somewhat at the last minute, and they have not had time to address that. So they would like to go ahead and present the case if that is okay with you all, but I'm going to start off with the text amendment. And it's about self-storage uses. So right now in our...
Mayor Kern, you just to set this up very quickly, technically you are going to have 3 legislative public hearings as well as a very small evidentiary hearing as part of this case. If the board were to hear the applicant, the staff's presentation, and the applicant's presentation, and then continue this case, it is likely that you will sit through a rerun of this in 1 month.
Yeah, don't do that.
Let's not do that.
Yep.
And going back to the question from Commissioner Sutton, why would we want to close the last public hearing? Is that our agendas are tremendously busy. And so we want to make sure that we're as efficient as we can. The challenge here, however, the competing to the efficiency argument, is that you have a number of folks in the room who have been waiting all evening and perhaps they wish to speak. So I leave that to the board's policy determination, but understand that it is likely that you'll get a rerun in 1 month.
Yeah, I think what I would like to do is let's do the text amendment. I think the board doesn't really understand what's being asked of them, so, and I really don't understand all the ins and outs about this text amendment. So I would love to get that out, so we all get a good understanding about that. And if we have time, we'll get some comments from the public.
Okay, so I just want to make sure I understand. So you're saying that if we hear everything tonight, we're going to hear it again when they come back? Even this text amendment part?
While there's no legal requirement for that to occur, in my experience as town council, that has always been what effectively does happen. We just saw it on Parker Ridge.
Yeah, we just did it.
Yeah, we did it on Parker Ridge.
Proceed.
Okay, so proceed with the text amendment. Presentation, okay. So in our land development ordinance now, self-storage uses are mentioned under industrial light and warehousing. And industrial light uses are allowed in general industrial and the business, industrial, and technology district. That's the BT district and the GI district. And warehousing uses are allowed in the commercial highway district as a special use, and they're also allowed in general industrial and the business technology district, same as industrial light. So right now, self-storage could be allowed in general industrial and business technology and as a special use in the commercial highway district. Also in our land development ordinance with the use standards for self-storage, our ordinance states that self-service storage shall be contained within a fully enclosed building and contained in a single building accessed internally. So what is that? That's like the Be Safe self-storage picture you see here. So this is a single enclosed building. All of the storage units are accessed from inside the building. So just so we have I thought a picture would help with that. So right now our ordinance requires this for a storage, not necessarily this height, just this style storage facility.
What's the zoning for that?
The zoning would be general industrial or business technology or commercial highway as a special use.
So it could be any of those?
Yes, that's correct. And this is I missed this in the beginning, this is our first applicant-initiated text amendment under the LDO. So this is different. So this isn't staff coming to you with the table of amendments. This is an applicant requesting an amendment to set the stage for their request. So the applicant is proposing to add a statement after the part about storage must be in a fully enclosed building contained in a single building accessed internally, except in the general industrial district. And that is, so the storage, a storage facility, like a traditional storage outdoor access facility could be in they're proposing that this type of storage facility could be in a general industrial district. And in addition, they're
Do
prepared.
you know why we did not have that in our, I mean, you see them everywhere, so why wouldn't we would not have
These?
those in town already?
I wish I would have been here when you all did the LDO update. It would have been really helpful to hear the discussion that went on with the decisions made, because this is in the LDO, and I don't know when you all discussed it, if it was something that was a cut and paste from another ordinance, if it was something you were really excited about. You know, you see these the Be Safe type storage facilities around. It seems to be the on-trend way to do storage.
So this here is the more popular way versus the one that looks like pooling garages?
You see more of this, I've seen more of this recently, but I don't know what your discussion was during the creation of the LDO, so I don't know how important it was to you to have this style storage, or if it didn't matter, if you think it's appropriate to have both.
While I do not remember this being an issue of focus for the board, this was an issue of concern for the, I'm going to say, we called it the stakeholder group that was deeply involved and also came up with the planning board. And it related to the fact that we have self-storage in more than just industrial zones under the UDO. And we now have it, I believe, in highway commercial and in business technology office space. So given that broader idea, the concept was to move away from the metal building, given those sort of more commercial, visible kind of locations. And this proposal then brings back the traditional for an industrial site, but I don't recall that piece. So this is a tweak given that reality.
So it's taking you back to the metal type industrial look versus the one that's more appealing to the eye and the area.
Right, so the effect of this text amendment is essentially to have this sort of self-storage, the other one.
Yeah.
Be safe.
That one in your business technology and your commercial, and then the traditional, or anything you want in industrial, as industrial is not an area where those sort of appearance concerns would be as prominent as they would be, for example, along Main Street.
So just a quick question, are they asking because they want to build that type of? Oh. Okay, so that does take us a step back from where we were, Kelly, right? From our previous conversations with the stakeholder group. Okay.
So the other part of the proposed LDO amendment would be to strike self-storage facility from the warehousing principal use and just keep it an industrial light, which is somewhat of a cleanup. So again, as Mr. Neal said, it would be having this type of, the Be Safe type of storage facility in the BT or commercial highway, and either type in general industrials, what this text amendment proposes. So when we presented this to the planning board, they did recommend approval. And, you know, when thinking about this, I'm glad it's working out the way it is. I think this item deserves further discussion. You know, traditional self-storage buildings, like I'm calling the metal ones traditional, may be appropriate in general industrial zoning, depending on how they're placed, how they're buffered, what else is going on around it, the context of the area. And then the fully enclosed storage buildings like Be Safe are generally more attractive and fit better in a community's fabric and maybe have more versatility. So there could be a place for both, but I'm not sure what the community's vision is on that.
I guess I'm questioning why we're having the applicant rewrite the text amendment and not the planning board. Because didn't you state that this is being rewritten by the applicant?
Sure. Text amendments may be proposed by applicants.
They can.
Yes. And the planning board was okay with this one.
Realizing the difference between the two. Because I don't think that I was at that meeting, in all honesty. I know I missed a couple.
That was our really crazy late one.
All right, so I was not there
Okay.
because I had things going
Yes.
on. So I guess my question would be, did they really understand the difference in what was being asked of them?
I cannot confidently answer that.
Okay.
What was the vote on it?
Unanimous recommendation for approval. This one, I think they saw it all together with the rezoning concept plan. So again, staff's recommendation is further discussion, and that concludes the staff presentation. Certainly available for questions, and then I know I can leave this slide up for the public comment.
So digest version, text amendment is changing to allow the steel building in industrial.
Sure, and I wouldn't necessarily, I mean, there could be other materials. It's not based on materials. It's based on how the storage units are accessed and the fact that there could be multiple buildings accessed externally versus a single building accessed internally.
Right.
That's less traffic and everything, maybe, right?
Storage in general is a low-traffic generator.
Yeah.
I'm a little skeptical about the other ones. All right, so.
Okay. April, any questions for Meredith? Okay. How about the board? I think, any question from the board? I think,
I'd like to hear from the public, but the applicant is also here to do a presentation as well, right?
The applicant is here as well, so the applicant can,
was he going to do a presentation on the text amendment or just?
their presentation is everything, so.
Okay.
I can answer that. Hey, y'all, I'm
You come up, you got to come up and introduce yourself and.
Hey, Mayor Curran, members of the board, I'm Ashley Honeycutt-Terrazas with Parker Poe. I'm here to present this case, but I think it's going to make the most sense to you all if I present kind of everything together and how we got to this point.
Okay.
So, and how we did this at planning board, and again, how I think it makes the most sense is if, maybe we could have Mike, I think, present the annexation and zoning, and then I'm just going to kind of explain everything together if y'all are all right with that. Okay?
Sounds good.
Yep.
All right, so with that,
So we're going through an annexation for this?
no.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So
okay.
with that, was there something Michael wanted to add?
Yes, I will pull up the next part.
So I will be doing the presentation on, there is a voluntary annexation petition because this piece of property is not in the town limits at the moment.
Yeah, I think we'll hold that one.
Okay, well, it's a little bit in the background.
Yeah,
there,
that's the second,
So then we have the map amendment, 2209, and within that is an alternative parking plan, which is a unique aspect of the LDO, which I have got a slide and I can do some detail on that.
Right.
All right, so general information, property owner, applicant here is Rivercrest Realty Investors, represented by Ashley. The property is 5.5 acres. Again, there is a voluntary annexation here. So the property is in Wake County's jurisdiction here for planning and zoning. So that current zoning today is Industrial 1. That's what it's called there, Industrial 1. And the application is seeking to go to the general industrial, and I apologize, that is an error there. There should be an I. General Industrial Conditional Zoning District. So there's a list of conditions and a concept plan brought forth with this map amendment. And again, also there's an alternative parking plan, which is a unique aspect to this particular project. And in the LDO, alternative parking plans are written as being approved by the town board. So this is why it's sort of piggybacking on the map amendment and the annexation. And just a very brief explanation about this property. It sits right about here, if I have it correctly. And there was a jurisdictional swap between the town of Wake Forest and the town of Rolesville several years ago, but post 2017, when the comprehensive plan was adopted, which swapped jurisdictional authority from Wake Forest to the town here, and in essence, another area went from Rolesville's jurisdiction to Wake Forest's for development purposes and future annexation. So that is why this property is today coming to Rolesville for vetting its map amendment and annexation. Okay, bigger picture site here. This is the property. Jones Dairy Road runs like this. Jones Dairy Elementary sits here. again, Meredith hit on some of these points here. I'll try to be brief. The current LDO self-storage, it is listed in two specific zoning uses, the industrial light and the warehousing. So you see the term self-service storage is here at the end of the characteristics clause for industrial light, and then at the end of the warehousing description, it says self-storage facilities. So there's a duplication of references to which use governs or controls in the LDO. Also, to date, there's been 3 town-initiated text amendments to the LDO, and this is the first applicant-initiated text amendment to reach the town board. So what is self-storage? Again, Meredith hit this a little bit. It can look like this. It could be a site layout, something like that, with individual buildings, total access all around them. Visual on the ground would possibly look like that, or our Be Safe example. So, and again, Meredith did hit this. I'll briefly hit this again. The LDO Section 5 use table, again, those 2 uses, industrial light and warehousing, this is how they fit or land within the permitted zoning districts. So in highway commercial, if you were the warehousing use, you'd require a special use permit from the Board of Adjustment today. In GI and BT, those districts, both of those uses are permitted by right uses. So this is the language that is being contemplated to be not applicable per their text amendment for the industrial light use, where it speaks about the single building and the internal access. Regardless of which use this is, and again, their text amendment is seeking to strike self-service storage from the warehouse use and only have self-storage fall under the industrial light use. But the development standards, when you get to site development plan to actually build the property, it's all the same whether it's industrial light or warehousing in the GI district. So aspects like perimeter buffers, street yards, vegetative, those are all the same standards that would apply, regardless of which use it's viewed as. Again, this is the language for the text amendment that Meredith has hit on. This is an explanation of the alternative parking plan. Right now, for industrial light, that zoning use, which again would capture self-storage, there is a parking ratio of 0.5 space or half a space for every 1,000 square foot of building area, or 1 space per 2,000 square foot if you want to go equal spaces. The applicant's proposal here is to use a standard of 1 parking space for every 100 self-storage rental units that may be in their development. And of course, the number of rental units that get proposed wouldn't be known until the time of site plan, based on a lot of parameters that the applicant would work through, how many units they would have there. So at the time of site development plan, they would say we have, I'll just throw out a number, 500 dwelling units. It would be 1 space per 100, so their parking requirement would be 5 spaces. So that is what they're proposing to add just for their project, a unique, specific to this project parking standard of 1 parking space for every 100 self-storage units.
Is that normal? That feels really low.
The applicant is going to provide some justification as to the background of where they feel that number has come from their analysis, their history, their knowledge of the industry of self-storage, et cetera.
Gotcha. Okay, thanks.
So again, big picture, stepping back a little bit, the existing zoning is that Wake County Industrial 1 that affects this property. The future land use plan, now again, because this property was not in the town of Rolesville's jurisdiction in 2017, it doesn't show up on that future land use map. But when that agreement with Wake Forest occurred, it did come under the umbrella of the comprehensive plan holistically for its future development guidance. Most of the area in this vicinity is the medium density residential future land use category, which is indicated by this color here, for instance.
What's on the side of the site? If you could go back to the right.
This right here?
Yeah, what's on the side?
Act Electric.
That's Act Electric?
Yes, it's a company in Wake County, operating in Wake County under their jurisdiction. Yes, it's an electrical company of some sort.
So is that currently zoned commercial, or is that?
No, I believe it's the industrial 1 zoning of Wake County.
Of Wake County, I got you.
Yes.
Thanks.
Regarding traffic and transportation, the applicant did very recently just revise their trip generation analysis under the International Transportation Standards of the ITE, came out to 185 daily trips and 16 in both AM and PM peak hours. And that was based off of a 1,000 unit development, which I'm sure the applicant will speak to about. That might not actually be achievable here, but they kind of shot high, I believe. So a nice round number of 1,000 units to show what the parking, or sorry, the trip generation would be for that. At the time of this rezoning, due to the unspecifics of the amount of storage units and thus the traffic that would be generated from it, plus the ITE trip generation, a traffic impact analysis was waived at the time of rezoning. When the site plan ultimately gets submitted, traffic will be impacted again or vetted again, and if their impacts are shown to trigger a TIA, which is that at that point in time, or road improvements to Jones Dairy Road are vetted and found to be required, a TIA might be studied. The DOT also may simply require a TIA at that point in time because Jones Dairy Road is a DOT facility. A little bit about the general industrial zoning district. It does contain 28 permitted by right uses, 12 special use permit uses. But again, this is a conditional zoning. It is conditioning themselves to the concept plan, and that is very clearly for a self-storage use. So that would be the only use achievable under this rezoning. And a little bit about the basic and general development standards that come in the general industrial zoning district. The applicant did hold 2 neighborhood meetings, one in September and another in December. A little detail on the attendees and notification letters that they shared with town staff that they sent out. Here is a snippet of their 5 conditions of approval. I've tried to highlight kind of some of the keywords there on each one, but these slides may go a little deeper. So number 1 is a commitment to this general concept plan. They're calling it Exhibit D. Little bigger picture here. So this clearly shows us multiple buildings, one large one in the middle, and ringed with several buildings, parking area in the front, stormwater pond in the rear, general landscape buffer areas on peripheries.
So I don't know if this is an applicant question or a question for you, so I'm just going to throw it out there. So being that the road is a DOT road that this is going to spill onto, has the applicant gotten approval from DOT?
I think that the applicant can address that, but I'm quite sure that they have not gotten DOT approval for a driveway yet.
Gotcha.
It would be premature.
Thank you.
Condition 2 is about the an undisturbed vegetative area on the south boundary, about commitments to keeping that undisturbed and or replanting. Condition 3 is about going to full cutoff fixtures for all the lighting rather than just the cutoff standard, which is in the LDO. And this is a graphic on what those terms about cutoff lights mean. And again, they would be committing to this. And as you can see, it focuses light shed the best downward. Condition 4 is about native trees and a buffer area on this corner of the property here. Again, coming back with some plantings and details on that, should those be removed during site construction. That area, sorry. And then number 5 is about 75% pollinator plants in the stormwater pond area when it does get vegetated. So the summary here is that this property, again, was not in the 2017 comprehensive plan future land use map, but it is subject to the comprehensive plan today, and that is the guidance that we have, plus other adopted policy plans such as the bicycle plan, the greenway plan, et cetera, the comprehensive transportation plan, things of that nature. All of those have been looked at and contemplated best the staff could on their concept plan. The predominant land use pattern in this area is medium density residential and a supportive use, and we call that the school would be that supportive use, but it is noteworthy that there are some of those still Wake County zoned and at least one active industrial-like property, the one immediately next that we just mentioned. The GI district is very similar to that Wake County current zoning, but I do believe it's actually more restrictive. There are height restrictions, for instance, in the town's LDO GI district. Overall, self-storage does prove out to be a very low-intensity use from many aspects, and it is becoming a more modern service-oriented type of use rather than a land use that is infrequently used. So it is used by residents and businesses alike in a lot of locations. The APP, or the alternative parking plan, again, staff does find that that's fairly reasonable, and if it does become a self-limiter, it would be self-inflicted by the applicant on their site should they prove to need more parking than they choose to build. The annexation is necessary for the property because that is the only way to attain central utilities from the city of Raleigh. And so all of these items combined results in a recommendation of approval based on or caveat with the approval of the text amendment. Because without the text amendment to the LDO, the concept plan drawing cannot be constructed under the LDO today. So motion's here for you.
Any questions for Michael?
Is there such a thing for industrial districts as conditional usage? Does that ring a bell or something?
Well, this application is a conditional zoning of the GI or general industrial use.
Right, but that's for this one. So if we approve this zone change, there could be another storage building pop up tomorrow somewhere in Rolesville, right?
If it's already zoned GI, yes.
So are you saying there's nothing else zone GI?
No, there are some, I believe there are some, well, I know that there are some GI
Right, but
zoned
theirs
properties,
wouldn't be
yes.
conditional, correct?
No.
So that's my concern.
If the concern is about self-storage, currently as the LDO is written, it would have to be built as the B-Safe model. A single building, internally accessed.
So it can't go up. If it was a request somewhere else in town in a GI, they couldn't go up 3 stories? I'm just clarifying. Maybe I'm not
Property
understanding.
that is, if property today is zoned GI, they could perform a light industrial zoning use of self-storage, but that self-storage use would have to be the B-Safe type of development, not what you see in this concept plan.
So it could be 3 stories.
Well, the height limitation, I believe, is 35 foot. So I can't guarantee that that's 3 stories. But it would be in a single building.
I'm trying to
internally
ask,
accessed.
let me clarify.
Yeah, okay.
So it sounds like you're putting a condition on this particular request, right? So I'm saying if there's another request in the future in a GI area, is that same condition on there, yes or no?
No, every application for a
Exactly,
conditional zoning
yeah.
district is unique.
I got you. I got you.
Because
Thank you.
conditions are voluntary, yes.
Thank you.
So can you go back one slide? I just want to make this a little easier. So the GI is similar as the Wake County current zoning. So we are more strict than the Wake County right now, correct?
A very quick analysis looking at some development standards, building height, for instance. I believe the finding was that the Wake County I-1, Industrial 1 district did not have a height limitation.
Okay.
But the GI does have a height limitation. So I find that to be more strict.
Does the applicant have to come to Rolesville, or can they stay in the county?
I'll let the applicant
Okay.
touch that.
And the third thing would be, that's what I'm going to ask, do they need utilities or not? And if they don't, can they stay in the county and build whatever they want anyways?
I will let
Okay.
Ms. Ashley address that.
Okay, I have a question. I'm sorry, Paul.
No, that's fine. You're good.
Are you done?
Yep.
Okay, so my question is, piggybacking off of what you just told Sheila. So if there is another property in Rolesville that is a GI, once this text amendment, if it were to pass, then they would be able to build whatever, the same thing that these people could build somewhere else in Rolesville, correct?
Yes, the text amendment would apply to the LDO across the board for any
Right.
future applicant. Any
Okay,
development.
thanks.
Yes, but yes.
Any other questions for Michael?
No, wait for the
I do have one
applicant.
quick question. There's a storage facility across the street. What is that zoned as?
I believe it's general commercial.
Okay, that makes sense.
I believe all the zoning along Main Street is general commercial.
Okay.
The Pine Glow property was one to recently rezone away from industrial to general commercial, for instance.
And that's because it's Main Street, right?
Most likely. That is an older property, was developed years ago under the UDO, so there could be some history, but I do believe it's GC.
Okay.
General commercial.
Any other questions for Michael?
No, I'm going to wait for the applicant.
I don't know. Is she she may not be speaking tonight.
Oh, she's speaking.
Me? No, I was just gonna point out that there are 2 other general industrials on Main Street, which are Wiggins.
The monuments, yeah.
Yes.
Those, okay.
General commercial.
But there'd be commercial if they ever,
Right.
They're general industrial right now.
that's right.
Commissioner Medley and Commissioner Sneed, I think, have smoked out what the stakeholders committee was trying to address with the LDO change. Those Main Street uses that were either already self-storage or were zoned industrial and could become self-storage. Without trying to make a policy about the rest of the town, Main Street was a concern with regard to self-storage.
I remember the previous mayor did not want any type of storage. I say, so what's next?
Any other questions?
So just, can I clarify something with the attorney on zoning? So with those Main Street, it's 2 parcels, right? Isn't it 2 parcels or 1? Where Wiggins?
The existing self-storage or the 2 industrial?
The existing,
I'll take the
GI.
information
General industrial.
provided tonight that it's 2 parcels.
it's 2 parcels, okay. So if they sold that land to someone, they could bulldoze whatever's there and put a 35-foot storage unit right there on Main Street.
They could put the Be Safe model.
Right, Be Safe model, but they could, in
Be Safe is
essence,
getting
put-
great promotion at this meeting.
Be Safe needs to pay
They
us.
could do the interior single building model along Main Street currently, and that may have been what the planning board and stakeholders group were trying to shoot at for those existing industrial sites and a concern about traditional self-storage.
So, but my general zoning question, because those properties or parcels are currently GI zoned, would you as a municipality change those for future?
The commercial. We
Right.
did one tonight already, didn't we? We
Right, but
changed-
could we do that now? Could we just go for it?
Town-initiated zoning, rezoning?
Right.
Is that the question?
Meaning, if these businesses should move, could we do this? I'm asking, would we go to jail if we did this, attorney?
No, it is something that I think the board has discussed in the past, but did not feel comfortable with doing sort of a town-initiated general zoning like that, which would constitute a downzoning.
So you're not affecting that business currently in how they operate and anything they do. I'm saying going forward to protect, I've said this over and over to this board, we need to protect Main Street. You need to protect your downtown, right? So could we do that? You said yes, right?
Because it is town-initiated, the answer is yes. However, there's a statute that would prevent that from being adversely done by a private party against another party. Yes.
So
The
we
answer
could
is
do that.
legally, you can do it, yes.
Okay,
It's a policy choice.
that's a good idea. Thank you.
Yeah, and I would say also for the board, go look at the industrial permits there. It's a lot of weird things that you can do in commercial. So, not commercial, but industrial.
Industrial.
There's a lot of things that probably worse than storage buildings. But, so where we at? Anything else for Michael?
None from me. I turn to see if the applicant would like to speak.
Okay, cool.
Right after. Okay. There you go.
And y'all,
We have been waiting all night.
I
for this,
know.
So let's,
And I know it's been a long night. It's been a long night for me as well. But what I would like to do, because we are all here tonight, I will, upfront acknowledge that we got some last-minute feedback from some folks that we had not heard from yet in this process just yesterday. So, we had 2 neighborhood meetings over the past 6 months. Some of the folks, that we've met with before are here, but then there's definitely quite a few who are not, and we have not had a chance to talk to them yet. So what I'd like to do is just kind of present this how I've been planning to present it for several weeks now, and get your feedback, and then I know we are going to go back and have another meeting to make sure that we're talking to the folks that we have not talked to yet, if everybody's agreeable to that.
how long will it take you to do that?
Not too long, and I'm hoping I can kind of, I want to go through each one of these things because I think it makes sense altogether, and based on the feedback that we've gotten from the neighbors who we were able to talk to in the town and the planning board over the past 6 months, and then, but knowing that we're going to go back and talk to some of the folks we have not talked to yet. answer your initial questions and get your feedback as well.
If you do it tonight to save the concern of the attorney there, I'm going to ask you to do abbreviated version next time.
Sure. Okay.
Very abbreviated.
That's fine. I can handle that. All right. I'll go ahead and get started. Mayor Curran, commissioners, my name is Ashley Honeycutt-Terrazas with Parker Poe. I have Sean McKinley with Rivercrest, Brian Holder with Rivercrest as well. We have Garrett Frank, who's with the Timmons Group, looking at our civil engineer for this site, and Jeff Hockenodel, who's our traffic engineer. He's been looking at traffic and parking. And thank you to Meredith and Mike for explaining the request, for working with us throughout this process. So as you know, staff explained, this involves 4 different requests. An annexation, an application of Rolesville zoning, and an alternative parking plan, as well as a small LDO amendment. It's to facilitate the development of a nicer self-storage facility than what is already permitted on the Industrial 1 Wake County zoning today. And that can be designed in a way that you know, based on what we had heard over the past 6 months, we believed would be more sensitive to the requests of the neighbors, and from what we heard from the 2 neighborhood meetings and calls and meetings over the past 6 months. So it's a 5-acre site on Jones Dairy Road. We've already looked at that. As you can see, it mostly has, it's covered in these pine trees. Forester confirmed those are about 25 years old, all planted at the same time. You know, probably so it could be classified as agricultural for tax purposes. There's many existing and forthcoming residential neighborhoods in this area, and so like Mike talked about, and Meredith as well, this is kind of a typical amenity for residential areas. Again, first request is an annexation. This annexation agreement was reached with Wake Forest in 2021. That's why we're even able to annex into Rolesville at this point. The current zoning is Wake County Industrial 1, and that whole kind of corner there is Industrial 1, which again means that self-storage is permitted, could be developed under Wake County zoning. And our primary driver of seeking this request is the annexation to be able to connect to Rolesville's utilities. You know, in order to develop a nicer self-storage facility, like you can't do sprinklers if you don't have access to municipal water. Because it has Wake County zoning, the annexation has to be accompanied by a request for zoning. And so we are seeking what is the most comparable to what it is zoned today, which is general industrial. And we've also chosen to seek a conditional zoning to be able to respond to the town and neighbor feedback. Again, this is just a brief case timeline. We kind of started this process back in August. We have held a virtual neighborhood meeting right after we filed, before we even got the first, round of comments from the town. We adapted the case and the concept based on the feedback that we got from that meeting and the town. We resubmitted. We had another in-person neighborhood meeting over there at the community center, and we had another round of review with the town, with your planning staff, and then we went to planning board back in December. So we've received a lot of feedback in that time, and we've been trying to respond to it. So, we heard a concern they wanted a certainty of the layout and the use. So we incorporated the concept plan as a condition. We heard initially we kind of had a tree save area at a different part at the back of the site. The neighbors asked for us to kind of shift that down, shift the stormwater pond around, and make that cover that back property line. So that's what we did. There was a concern about light pollution, so we committed to the full cutoff fixtures. Again, I've committed to that in other self-storage cases, not in Rolesville, but in other jurisdictions when you're near residential. I think that's the right thing to do. There was a request to move the parking from the rear of the site, so we did. We moved it from the rear up to the front and away, again, as far away from the neighbors as we could put it. And then we made a commitment that there's that that gap in the building. I'll put the concept plan up here in just a second. But the trees, if we have to take out the trees that are kind of cover that gap, that we would plant some fast-growing evergreen trees there in their place. And then we also, heard about your Monarch Pledge and that's a priority of your town. And so we evaluated the request to include some pollinator plants in the stormwater control measure. And so we have added that in there as well. And I'm just going to walk through the conditions one by one. This is language that you've seen before. Again, incorporating this concept plan. Again, and like Mike mentioned, this is a commitment to self-storage. It cannot be any other use. That center building has to be climate controlled. It has to be asphalt paving. We have to have the stormwater, at the back. The buildings around the edge were designed to be more like a wall for the neighbors. Like those are internal access, and the thought was, our thought was that would be like a wall that you would either have preserved trees or landscaping, and that's kind of what you would see. Again, to shield that light, to shield view of the use, and then this kind of low profile 1-story was also what we had talked about before with the neighbors that were able to make our meetings and with the town and with the planning board. And the feedback that we had heard, through that process was that the 1-story would fit with kind of this area at the edge of town. The second condition, again, is about this undisturbed vegetation at the rear property line. I acknowledge that there is a utility easement there that doesn't have trees in it. When you look at the surveyed tree line, it is about 20 feet of those undisturbed pines that are already there. And then, because there's a landscape buffer required under your code, we'd be required to place landscaping in the easement, like in that area where it's bare right now, but we would be putting landscaping in there. Again, like Mike mentioned, the fixtures, we're committing to full cutoff, which is really the best sort of cutoff fixtures that you can have. And then, again, we heard this concern about the gap, I'm calling it, in those back buildings. And so, again, if we do need to, because of the grading on the site, if we have to take out the trees for grading, we would be committing to replacing those with those fast-growing evergreen trees. And then the pollinator plants in the stormwater control measure. So that's the zoning case. And again, like we've talked about, this design with the buildings acting like a wall is not possible without the text amendment, and which is why we filed that. And we got it. We had multiple conversations, I will say, with Mike and Meredith and Dave as well, to try to get that narrow, as narrow as we could. So, and then this is the text amendment. I think we may have talked to some of you, or I know we talked to some of you earlier on. We have cut it down quite a bit. We are kind of fixing we are fixing the issue where self-storage is listed under 2 different uses. I'll say that one building requirement is under the general industrial, but self-storage is also listed under warehousing, which does not list that requirement. So I think there was maybe a misunderstanding about what the requirements would be, until we started going through this process with your staff. They brought up the one building thing, and so that's kind of where that came from. And we agreed with them, okay, we'll take the reference to self-storage out of warehousing, and we'll keep it in light industrial. And so that's kind of that is where the text change came from. And then this is the alternative parking plan. Again, like Mike mentioned, this is narrow. It would only apply to this site. We did a parking study and submitted a parking study about the parking needs and for a self-storage facility. I will say I've helped other clients develop self-storage, like in Raleigh, that doesn't have a parking minimum. For a big 4-story building, they provide like 4 or 5 parking spaces. It's just not really needed. But I am not the parking expert. So I'm going to have our Jeff Hockenodal, who is our parking and traffic expert, come up and talk a little bit about the parking study and the alternative parking plan. Again, that's one space per 100 units, and then being able to have the parking up there at the front.
You said per 100 units? Is that what I heard you say?
Yeah, yes, so 100 storage units.
I got you.
Yeah.
Madam Clerk, the alternative parking plan is an evidentiary and a quasi-judicial decision for the board to make. So to the extent that the engineer will be providing evidence for the board to consider as an expert witness, he should be sworn.
Did you say how many units were going in here?
We don't have an exact number yet, but I know y'all had some questions about, I can answer that later.
I know it said that in our document, but I just didn't know if you had anything.
Yeah, I can answer that question after.
Good evening, or good night at the moment, but I'm not normally up this late, so anyway. My name is Jeff Hokenall. I work with Timmons Group. I'm the Transportation Department Head for the Raleigh office. My experience includes 23 years of doing traffic engineering. I am a registered professional engineer and a registered professional traffic operations engineer. I've got my degree from state, undergrad, and master's degree. So first I'm going to start with, we did do the trip generation summary. One of my engineers and my staff did the trip generation summary, sealed that. I'm in responsible charge of the group. So we looked at 1,000 units for warehouse, or excuse me, it's called mini warehouse for the IT trip generation manual, but it's storage. That's probably an overestimation of what's going to be constructed, but it kind of shows you that as we talked about, or as was discussed earlier, that there's a limited number of trips projected for a land use of this type. So it's 16 in the morning or AM peak hour, which is 7 to 9, and then 16 in the PM peak hour, which is the 4 to 6, and 185 total trips. I think that's still a gross overestimation of what actually is going to be projected, but this is ITE standard. So those are the numbers that we calculated. We did do a parking study for the site. We looked at a similar development. That development was, excuse me, I got the wrong page. That development was a 67,000 square foot storage facility in Wake Forest. It's the closest one we could find with a similar land use where they had indoor and outdoor. They had 700 units, 18 total parking spaces. We did a parking demand study. We looked at it on a Saturday, which is typically considered the largest peak day for a storage facility. We did counts every 30 minutes, parking counts, utilization or usage counts, and we noted 3 during that's the maximum that we noted on site at any 30-minute peak. When you do the math on that, basically that actually comes out to a ratio of 1 space per every 233 units. But as we can say, we're asking for 1 space per 100 units. So we could actually probably go a little bit further and ask for 1 for 200 or something like that, but we're asking for 1 for 100 in this case. So that should give adequate parking for a facility this size. And we'll go through, since we are quasi-judicial, and read some of these out, make sure they get into record. Here, we can take off this or. Okay. So kind of going through the 1 through 9, a parking study was submitted by a registered professional engineer in the state of North Carolina. The study did include the size, type, and proposed land use of the development, anticipated peak parking, anticipated normal parking amounts, and the narrative as to why requirements of the LDDO did not accurately reflect the needs of the proposed development. The proposed alternative parking plan does not include any off-site parking. The alternative parking plan does not detract from the continuity, connectivity, and convenient proximity for pedestrians between or among existing or future uses in the vicinity. The alternative parking plan minimizes the visual and aesthetic impact along the public street by placing parking areas to the rear. I'm sorry, that was, it's actually said backwards, and it's placed to the front.
Yeah, we're in the front, yeah.
Yeah, not to the rear of the building. The alternative parking plan minimizes the visual and aesthetic impacts on the surrounding, Yeah, I'm sorry. The alternative parking plan creates no physical impact on the facilities serving alternative modes of transportation. The alternative parking plan creates no detrimental impact on natural areas or features. And the alternative parking plan maintains accessible parking ratios. Accessible parking will still be required at the site at the stage plan of the development. So I am here for questions, if there are any about the traffic or the parking study that was conducted.
Very quickly to clarify, the alternative parking plan submitted here is really two things: a reduction in the parking ratio, and secondly, the waiver of the requirement that parking be placed at the rear. And then the determination by the board that it would need to make is that this solution, having met all of those standards and received expert testimony, better meets the intent of our off-street parking ordinance than a careful check-the-box following of our normal standards would be the case. So that's the determination that the board is making based upon this. Rather than me testify as to why it's moving from the back to the front, are you able to testify as to why that's the case?
Yes. Based on feedback from the residential neighbors immediately to the south of the site, parking on the rear and sides of the planned development is not desirable. Locating the parking in the front of the building closest to the office and area selling moving supplies is the most feasible and desirable option. Visual and aesthetic impact along Jones Dairy Road will be mitigated by the reduction of parking, so there will be not much parking to see, and a buffer of undisturbed large trees. So basically, for more aesthetics for the neighborhood, to push it up to the front of the road.
That's it.
And the low number of cars there for parking, is it just because people are just coming at different times to? When I think of a storage facility, I think of a door that's like
Like a
that you
gate that
pull
lifts up or something like that.
right?
Yeah,
And you
yeah.
drive up to it and you pack your stuff or take your stuff, but this is a walk-in building, so that's why parking is not.
Part of it's a will be a walk-in building, yes. So there'll be parking up front for those folks, yes.
So I guess I'm not understanding when you say how many parking spaces there are. I know there was the exaggerated example of 1,000 units, but you said 100 units, there'd be one spot, but you don't know how many units. That's why I'm like going, I can't do the math.
I think we estimated 80,000
Yeah,
in
so
there.
we were looking at a ratio. I don't have a site plan. I don't have the interior layout of, exactly how many units are going in there. So that's why we were asking for a ratio. And like Jeff was saying, based on this study, looking at how many people are parking at a similar facility that, again, doesn't have outdoor storage, which is not what we're proposing, doesn't have that
Right.
truck rental, again, which would not be allowed under this concept plan. The rate technically is actually even lower than what we're proposing. So when we get to site plan and I can tell you, this is exactly the layout of the interior of the building, this is how many spaces, the minimum amount of spaces we need.
But I'm not asking for a layout because this isn't a site plan hearing. What I'm asking for is when you're developing and building something and going to do something, do you have an idea of what you want? A range? Hey, we're looking at having maybe between 200 and 300, something so that we have something in our head that we can tie that one spot to, right? 1 to 100. Thank you.
Yeah.
Because I'm like, I need some idea.
I'm not that and the 1,000 again was like a gross overestimation. Mostly
Gotcha.
to show y'all that this is not a big traffic.
Okay, well, that helps me. I'm visual.
Yeah, I know that there's a lot of discussion about traffic, and so we're wanting to make sure.
I got you. That helps. Thank you.
Yeah.
Just a follow-up on the commissioner's question. I know you got the big box in the middle, which you walk in,
Yeah.
but then you got the external, which I call garages with the roll-up doors. Now, like she said, you would park there. You wouldn't park in front and walk to the garage doors, would you?
Yeah, probably. That's generally what.
I think that's what she's
I
asking.
think those are technically considered like loading spaces. There's a difference between a loading and a
Parking.
Parking
So this is
space.
like the customer, like the minimum.
Somebody
amount of-
camped out there for a while, right?
Yeah, like your employee, where your employee has to park.
All
Somebody
day.
has to go buy some moving supplies. They come in, they buy their moving supplies.
This study did also look at what we call the front and back. And so the back was actually where you were the loading, I guess, in and out of the bays. So When the counts were conducted, that was taken into account. So when I'm saying 3 per the half hour, whatever, I'm literally meaning in the back and the front. And the actual parking spaces in front of the doors, so to speak.
Gotcha.
Is this gated?
There kind of will be parking in the back, but it's not considered parking.
But it will be shielded by the buildings. I mean, it'll be in front of the buildings.
Right, but I'm saying the bays, as the
Be
mayor
parking at the bays
referenced.
is what I'm
Somebody would park there, go put their stuff in or take it out.
And originally, when we were trying to fit in all the required parking, we had some like parking spaces there at the back, and we, again, took those out.
Those are the ones you moved.
Yeah, put those at the front, but yes, again, shielded by
got
the
you.
building, but, you can drive up.
Just trying to clarify, I'm visual.
Yeah, of course.
Thank you.
Absolutely, that's why we're here.
Is this gated?
Yes, the gate to get to the.
Inside.
Inside, that's right.
Yeah.
And you can see on the.
Okay, well, we're getting close to adjournment time here, so is anything else you want to wrap up real quick, and we'll pick up next time?
Yeah, so just to summarize again, it's 4 requests, and I'm sorry that it feels like a lot, but it's the annexation and zoning. We're applying a comparable zoning district to what is already zoned there today, a use that's already permitted there today. It's a low traffic generator, and what we feel, is a pretty low impact use, especially in light of what the current zoning on the site. And we filed a narrow text amendment that we've worked through with staff and Mr. Neal, that kind of makes this plan possible, and then the alternative parking plan would also would make this possible. And we've had 2 neighborhood meetings. I recognize that there's some folks that we have not talked to yet that would like to talk to us, so that's why we're going to come back. But I'm glad I got to answer some of your questions, and I'm happy to answer any other additional questions.
I do have a question for you. I'm sorry to cut you off. I'm just really, in speaking with the nearby neighbors, what were some of the biggest obstacles against this? I mean, like that you were able to resolve? Not a long list, just the style that you're building, is that the biggest issue versus what is it, the beehive one or whatever you call it?
Yeah, so initially we proposed this as kind of or a 1-story, low profile, and that's what we had talked to everybody about, having the buffer there at the back. We adjusted that, we moved the parking up to the front, and talked through, again, the gap, covering the gap where we need to take those trees out, and those were the things that we talked about and discussed with them. And if I know they're here, and if they want to speak, they're certainly welcome to, but we're going to meet with them. Again, I think what they were asking, again, we got this yesterday, we're just looking at it, but it was more of a design, like going in and up. And we have not discussed that design yet with everybody. We have not talked about a multi-story building with folks yet, so.
Is that an option?
We're looking at it, and we're looking at it, is what I can say. But we had not heard that feedback until yesterday, so.
Okay, so question for you. So if the text amendment is not approved, then what kind of design would go there?
If the text amendment is not approved, well, we couldn't do the concept plan, so we'd have to pull the zoning to.
But you still would be in Wake County.
Yeah, we'd still be in Wake County. You could still do the garage style, because you don't need to connect to utilities. There's no sprinklers.
Yeah, so regardless, you can still build what everybody doesn't want there right now is still.
They can still do it.
You can still do that because it's Wake County, right?
But she doesn't get the water that she needs, right?
But you don't need water for those.
To do the indoor, yeah, you need those sprinklers for the indoor.
Yeah, I'm not sure if you can or not, because you got the distance rule, I think, right?
For what, the water?
If you're within so many distance of a line, I think you have to address that, so.
And there's an exception that the planning director can grant to that.
But,
What's the
okay, I
exception?
think, April, any questions real quick?
Just one question. Where is your closest model to what you're proposing to Rolesville? Is there something somewhere where we can go look at this?
Probably across the street.
Like the exact same, not in Rolesville or nearby that we have developed, with the outer buildings and then the indoor. I mean, I know that that is a model that is in other places where you have kind of a mix of the indoor and the outdoor. But this particular one where you've got the walls on the outside, like the buildings that are acting like walls on the outside, and then the indoor one building in the middle, I don't think,
Can you look into that and see, and kind of let us know if you find something?
something like that, yeah.
Good question.
South Carolina, there's one in Land O'Lakes, Florida. We'd like to take, you get a charter bus.
Yeah, it's just so many.
I'd like to see one in North Carolina.
Yeah, either that will settle for pictures, but
Yeah, I can't hear that. And also, if there's a website, that would be great. If I can't hear what that person is saying, so.
Oh, I'm sorry, Commissioner Sneed. So he was saying that there may be some examples with a similar design, again, where you got the outer externally accessed buildings and then the one middle one in Florida. And so if that would help, maybe we can kind of look down in Florida. But around in Rolesville, definitely not. I think the only self-storage facility y'all have is the Storage Max, and then probably not in Wake County.
Right, I was just meant in the vicinity, not necessarily.
It's usually kind of one or the other, typically.
so, okay, so I think where we at, the applicant is asking for a continuation. I'm in favor of granting that. I see nods from the board that.
So my question is, you have people from the public here, though. Is there anybody that wants to talk that's been sitting here all night?
I think we would do that at one time. I'm not sure if they know what to speak on, if they're going to make some changes, you know?
So I have a question for
No.
Wait. I have a question for the attorney. So do they speak now or later? I just don't want to hear it. I mean, I do want to hear it, but I just would hate for them not to be able to speak tonight and then can't make the next meeting.
There's no legal guidance I have for the board at this time. The board has started the process.
Yes.
And the board can do what it likes as a statutory matter, but this is pretty much how I expected this might go.
Right, and I don't think it's fair for everybody to sit here this long.
And I want to hear what everyone has to say.
Is that the flavor of the board?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Appreciate it. We may call you back up. So give me the people that signed up, Madam Clerk.
I didn't notice sign up here. I wasn't aware that sign up was necessary. This is my first council.
All right, let's see. So we got two sheets here.
So wait, so you have this amount, but there's still more that want to speak, so will they come up afterwards?
We'll get them.
Okay.
I got Jeff Dreisenberg, is that right? Okay, come up. Triesenberg.
Yes.
Good.
It's unusual.
At the risk of overstepping here, I expect that after tonight, we will still be having a public hearing at our next meeting. So the board may want to consider doing time limits at this meeting, as I believe we're trying to keep it shorter, and then understand that folks will come back and speak again later.
And then also, Mayor, you may want to suggest that if there's a similar comment that somebody wants to make, they can come up and say, I agree with that previous comment, or something like that.
You get 3 minutes.
Three minutes for everybody?
I'm familiar with that rule. Good evening, Mayor Curran, members of the Town Council, Mr. Arnold, Mr. Neal. Good to see you again. My name is Jeff Triesenberg, and I live at 224 Tortuga Street here in Rolesville. I am a certified professional planner and graduate of the Masters in Regional Planning program from UNC Chapel Hill. I have worked in Wake County municipalities for the last 18 years, most recently as Garner's planning director. I also spent 6.5 years at the city of Burlington prior to that. I was also on the Rolesville Comprehensive Plan Committee and a former member of the Board of Adjustment. I am also a full-time caregiver for my spouse since his stroke 6 years ago. We have lived on either side of Jones Dairy Road for nearly 20 years. We bought our house in Averitt Ridge in 2010. We were fully aware we were purchasing next to industrial property with Wake County, but we also knew the nature of ACT Electric and knew they were a responsible property business owner that keeps their operations quiet and during regular business hours. We and many of my neighbors have also been proactive to mitigate negative impacts by planting some amount of vegetative buffer in our own backyards. We are not looking to stop this project, and we are not looking to make it not viable from a financial perspective and return on investment. We are simply asking to have a deeper, more informed discussion with the developer to bring about a project that is more context sensitive to the neighborhood and might actually result in more leasable interior access space. Unfortunately, for various reasons included in my letter, which I understand you received, Eddie and I were not aware of the project until my neighbors asked us about it this past Friday evening. I immediately took my weekend, my time on Saturday and Sunday, to engage with my neighbors to assess their understanding of the project and their concerns as well as our own. Knowing that some amount of time had been invested thus far, I also had no desire to blindside anybody the night of the meeting. The letter was sent Sunday night to planning staff and the applicant's attorney. As of this afternoon, 35 to 40 of my neighbors have signed on to the letter, which outlines some suggested
We're at
conditions.
2 minutes, just so you know.
I'm sorry?
We're at 2 minutes, just so you know.
I understand. Now I've lost my place.
I'm sorry.
And my reasons for why they or some alternative conditions should be considered. I will not go into the details of everything I took the time to write down, but it is Eddie's and my hope, as well as those of many of my neighbors, that you will deny the text amendment in the absence of further, more comprehensive study and continue the annexation and zoning amendment until a later date, so that we can all talk in good faith and hopefully come to a good conclusion. I did want to point out one other thing. Per my conversations with Wake County Planning today, the presence of utilities within 1,000 feet means that they will push the applicants to you as a municipality. They will only entertain a site plan under their jurisdiction if you, the Rolesville Town Council, say that you do not want this property in your corporate limits. We ask that you look out for the best interests of your citizens by keeping this under your purview. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Jeff.
You're welcome.
You hit some very good points there. Appreciate that. So everybody heard Jeff. Is it anybody else that want to speak to say anything different from what Jeff said? Come on up. I think we recognize you first there. So state your name and address for the record.
I just want to say I do apologize, and he did really good on his time anyway. But when you get to 2 minutes, I'm going to let you know because it's after 11 o'clock.
Just hold up your fingers.
Okay, sounds good.
All right. My name is Sean Emery. I live at 1201 Jones Dairy Road, directly across from what they proposed that driveway to be. I'm technically not a Rolesville citizen, but this impacts my life. As I know, a lot of the neighbors in the neighborhood behind me are your Rolesville citizens. My consideration here as the driveway the inbound and outbound traffic will directly impact my living room. Headlights, high beams, people just sitting there in the parking lot, are shining into my house at whatever hours of the night. As we all know, 5 o'clock, it gets dark in December. So previously I went to the neighborhood meetings with the attorneys. I asked them if they would consider moving the driveway to where it would shine in between mine and Glenn's homes. He lives next door to me. To where it wouldn't be so impactful or interrupting at a family dinner. That's my main concern. My second one, which goes along with that, is hours of operation. Earlier on this evening, they talked about a storefront on Main Street, right, and rezoning that one. And they had a
They're a lovely couple, by the way. So I just wanted to appeal to the emotions of a lot of the people here. I think Madam Attorney had made a really good case and stated things that were important to talk about amended parking plans and things of that nature. Well, naturally, like Commissioner Sutton had mentioned, most of the people who are going to be here are coming in as passerbyers, and they're people who are going to come in, grab their things, and leave. So there's a lot of ways to fluff up the ideas of what they're doing to make this sound. But if you go back to any of these pictures, every person you see here, those are all of our homes. I'm emotional in the sense that I have an 8-year-old and a 5-year-old who attend that school, and on days that I walk them through my neighbors' backyards and bring them to school, and that will be taken away from us. I'm in the building material industry. Lennar is actually one of my largest customers. I'm working with them regularly, so I understand the sensitivity, of all of the decisions you must make. But the fact of the matter is this is an extreme eyesore for us. It is something that is going to be accessed at all hours, and frankly, ACT is a business that's been started since 1983 and is tolerated in the respect that Jeff mentioned, that they're typically a good neighbor. They do back up those trees you see there is my backyard. So they are very loud to me, and I know exactly how loud that can be and how bright even the best conditions of lighting can be for what they're offering. It's still going to be an eyesore, and it's still going to be lights in our yard and lights in our houses at all hours. And then lastly, for me, we have the central preserve at Jones Dairy as well as north. So there's going to be construction there. There's going to be trucks there. The 16 in the morning and 16 at night is going to play too. There are school buses that are coming through there all the time, right? And so you're going to have that construction. And there's 2 storage units, a Be Safe, as well as the one in Rolesville, that are less than 3 miles, or 3.2 and 2.8 miles from our neighborhood. So there are other options. Thank you, madam. There are other options for people if they're not sold out. And to me, I just think it's something that a 5.5 parcel acre with 4 asks to be able to annex things, annex things, it doesn't sound, it's an eyesore to the beautification that we're trying to achieve in Rolesville. And that's just my 2 cents that I wanted to throw in today. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Anybody else want to speak tonight or save it for the next time? Very good. Very good. Okay, board, if you don't have any additional questions, I'm going to open all the public hearings up, and we'll continue all of them at one time. Is that acceptable for you, Attorney?
That would work.
Okay. So I'm going to, let me get my sheet here. Yeah. Talk to the agenda man on that one. I hope it's a shorter night.
But, there's a benefit to this, because you hear other things that are happening in town when you have to stay, like...
Oh, no, that's right.
Yeah, so, yeah.
So legislative hearing TA 22-02 Jones Dairy Storage, legislative hearing MA 2209, and ANX 2208 Jones Dairy Storage. Open the public hearing. I'll entertain a motion from the board on how to proceed.
Anybody have their screen up?
And I think we'll make the motion to continue without a date. Can we do that?
You have to continue to a date.
We got to set a date.
You do. Yep.
Okay.
If the applicant isn't ready to go, the applicant will inform the staff, and you will summarily continue it again.
So I guess Meredith and Kelly, we need a date.
I move to, can I make the motion?
I see. March 7th. With who? Kelly and him? With Meredith?
So if they do March 7th.
Okay. You think that'll work?
What's the March agenda look like? And if not, what about a work session?
We got 2 on there now.
At the beginning of a work
3 now.
session? Or that following?
So tonight you
March.
scheduled, you have a continuation from the previous hearing from March 7th. You have a legislative hearing for 503 South Main Street, which is old business also, maybe new business.
I think that's going to be a quick one.
And then that's all for March 7th at this point.
Yeah, and the other one we continued, public hearings closed, so it's just a matter of decision.
Correct.
Pretty much. It's a condition offered and a decision, so.
Correct.
I like the idea of the work session, though, just in case that March 7th starts getting filled between now and the time of the next
You are
agenda?
pretty well booked up for February 21st and March 21st.
I move to continue the legislative hearing TA 22-02 to the March 7th, 2023 Town Board meeting.
March 7th.
And if we have to continue it again, we can.
Okay, I got a motion on the
Second.
floor. I got a second from Commissioner Alston. Any other discussion?
I just want to say I appreciate the developers taking into account the neighbors and having an additional meeting. I think that's important, and it shows that they are concerned about what you all have to say. So thank you for that.
Yeah. Okay, thanks. Madam Clerk, how about calling for vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Medley?
Aye.
Commissioner Sutton?
Aye.
Commissioner Villagaz?
Aye.
Commissioner Sneed?
Aye.
Okay, I hear unanimous. So we're going to continue this to March the 7th, and we will close the case on that one. I think I
Thank you for coming out.
echo kind of what has been said already. Appreciate the applicant considering that. Make sure, we get it right for the citizens out there. And also, appreciate you guys hanging in. I mean, it's late night, so, I mean, you hung in here really well, and sorry that you was the last one on the agenda, but somebody has to be last, right? But appreciate you guys hanging in. We do have a couple things you guys can hang around and listen to, but I'm gonna kind of.
Oh, don't go now. We're all in this together.
Listen, I thank y'all for coming out tonight, too. Take us with you.
I'm going to try to make it as short as possible, so. Town attorney, any comments?
No, sir.
Okay. Town manager, what's your communications?
No communications.
Very good. Town board, any communications?
I do.
Wait, I do have one question. I wish Dave was here. So now that Food Lion has
Thank you,
that,
guys.
has the markings in for the left turn, right turn, when are they going to start initiating that? I mean, I know the building is not open yet, the medical building across from Hardee's. When is that going to start happening? Like, when are they going to start preparing people to make the right turn and not the left turn, coming out of Food Lion?
They're not stopping that, I don't think. That's not stopping.
Because that's not supposed to be a left turn. Oh, it's supposed to turn to a right turn.
Everything that's in there is what's the plan.
Yeah,
No,
that's not,
coming
it's
out
not
of-
going to stop, Michelle.
Coming out of Food Lion, it's not going to be a left-hand turn anymore, correct?
No, we said
You-
leave it
you-
alone.
You
We left it
changed,
alone.
you changed.
Oh, Lord, thank you, because I can't remember that, but okay,
She just
good.
moved the median.
That's right.
Oh, yeah, people
I remember the median was moved, but I didn't know if the road,
Staff recommended taking that out, you decided to keep it.
Yeah,
in.
staff
okay.
recommend, and also the engineer recommend taking it out, but I think y'all overruled that and said, leave it alone.
That's right.
Yeah, you
okay.
can still make a left turn until enough people get killed or hurt.
That's what I'm saying, because aren't the roads kind of like designated yellow, don't cross?
No, it stops there. It stops at that point.
All
when
right,
you
let's
come
clean
out.
this up. Let's,
All right,
Can I throw mine out? I think this is very important.
go ahead, yes. do it.
I guess we've never done a town-initiated rezoning case. I think we have reason to do one, and it's those 2 GI parcels on Main Street. I think we need to protect our Main Street, so I asked Meredith how you do that. She said we need to do an application, hold a neighborhood meeting, and go to the planning board to do it. And I think that makes sense because those are there, and why would we want more to come there?
So Commissioner, may I have Meredith write up a memo on that process, and then you look at that, and then reconfirm what you just asked, and then if we'll take that, but I'd like to lay out that a little bit further, and then.
Right, that's why I asked her, and so I'm bringing it to this board to say, do we want her to move forward with that board?
yeah, we want that option, yeah.
Yeah,
Sure.
the
Yep.
GI, you know what I'm talking about when I say GI.
So
April, did you
we'll
get
bring you
that?
the information how to do it, and then if you want to do that, you'll direct us to do that. Is that good?
Okay,
Sounds
very,
good.
very good. Anything else? April, any comments from you? I think this worked out pretty well for you being remote, so. best
It did.
So hope you felt engaged.
It did.
Cool. Anything else? I would close by saying, this is a, historic month, I think, so keep the month in mind. I know we got some activities going on. Got a show coming up Thursday night that we'll be, talking about it. So just keep that in mind as we go forth. And I think we got through this, a little bit of this behind us. Dave, you may be right. It may be a lot of redundance, but I'm going to try to keep the redundance down next time so we won't be in here at 11 o'clock again, for sure. But
It wasn't redundant. They kept us in here at 9 o'clock tonight. It was just a big situation.
But also, I understand the time, and I think the last meeting we were here an hour. So I just think that we have to be mindful. Sometimes we're going to have to burn the midnight oil. But I do think it was some good discussion that happened, and that's what you do when you represent the town, because it's not that cut and dry.
sometimes you have to sacrifice.
Yeah, and things change. I thought we had Young Street, then it disappeared.
Yeah, Matt thought so too. You noticed the look on his face. He was blindsided. Are you all aware that Rachel is leaving the chamber?
Matt Peach thought
You're all aware of that,
Young
right?
Street was good.
What happened?
That Rachel's leaving the chamber?
Yeah.
Friday after next is her last day?
She's got
What?
one more week.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right, we can talk about motion to
I think the
adjourn.
announcement, I think official, we're on camera, right?
Yeah.
Great.
I think official announcement is supposed to come out tomorrow. I think the board is meeting tomorrow.
Well, no, it's been out.
There's no
It's
one
been
up, there's no one listening this late at night, so.
Oh,
All right, motion to adjourn.
Second.
But,
It's
yeah, I think it'll be coming out. But she's already told people at the chamber meeting and stuff like that, and you knew it. So,
It's not a
So-
secret, Dan, so don't think it isn't.
We got a motion on the table.
yeah, I think so.
Are you doing a roll call, Rob?
I don't think we have to do a roll call on that. So who made the motion?
Wait.
Okay, is there a second?
I seconded.
Oh, and then we
Okay. So unless there's opposition, we're going to take this into adjournment. Thank you, board. Appreciate it.